recognize the Honorable Minister from the virtual platform. The Honorable Minister Zulu. Honorable Zulu. Is he in?
Unmute.
Yes, House Chair, ngiyakholiswa kakhulu la ngibonisa ukuthi uhost kufanele unmute. So lokho ngiyazama ukuthi unmute but unmute. Kodwa sengiyabona ukuthi sengingene eParliament ngiyabonga kakhulu.
Okay, Honorable Minister Zulu. Honorable Zulu, thank you for your being present. We just want to, I'm not sure if it's this side, but there is a lot of echo where you are. I'm not sure if there are other gadgets that are on next to you that might be causing the echo. Just
and we can't hear her. And we can't even hear her.
Honorable Member, I'm addressing that. There's no need for you to come in now. There's no need. Honorable Zulu?
Am I fine now?
There's still an echo.
No, it's not coming from my side. I'm going by myself in a very big room and there's no one else next to me.
I don't know what could be causing the problem, but honorable members, please, we're still trying to resolve the problem. There's, I think it's an internal ICT, please assist that. Other members on the platform, could you please mute your gadgets? Mute your gadgets so that we allow the Honorable Minister to speak without any disturbances. Can we try again, Honorable Zulu?
Honorable House Chair.
Thank you very much. You are now clear. Thank you. We can continue.
Okay, now. Thank you very much. Honorable House Chair, honorable members and viewers at home. Up front, Honorable Chair, I wish to thank all social professionals, social service professionals. These are our frontline troops in our national response to the adverse social impact of the coronavirus disease, a pandemic that is destabilizing our households, communities, and society at large. Whether you are a social worker, community worker, developed practitioner, child and youth care worker, probation officer, or community volunteer, I commend your tireless commitment as soldiers in the war against the invisible enemy, the COVID-19 pandemic. Your personal sacrifices cannot go unnoticed. Never before in recent memory have social service professionals been called to contribute to the front line to resolve as exceedingly complex challenges as those that accompany the COVID-19 pandemic. Characterizing the period wherein society needs you most is an increasingly weakening global economic growth and the fast disappearance of previously available public and private resources. The Deputy Minister and I thank the members of Parliament for their ongoing collaboration and cooperation on social development specific concerns in your constituencies as well as in the oversight role. I'm raising this, Chairperson, because I am very much aware that some members send us SMSs and they call us whenever they see problems. I've been able to respond to some of the members of Parliament who have sent the SMSs to me, but in most instances I've sent their SMSs to the relevant structure, whether it's ICASA or MDDA, to respond. And to those members of parliament who I have not been able to respond to, I'm still saying to you, as far as I can expand myself, I will be available. Today, we are on site grappling with COVID-19 pandemic that is on the other side. We will still need each other tomorrow, where we might be faced with another yet to be known mutual threat. And as a Department of Social Development, we are saying nationally, we need to even look closely to some of the challenges and pandemics that might end up coming to our shores. The COVID-19 pandemic must help us to hold together and ready ourselves for tomorrow's challenges. At the center of our work is investing ourselves towards the well-being of each and every South African. Section 41(1)(b) of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa of 1996 provides that, I quote, "All spheres of government and all organs of state within each sphere must secure the well-being of all South Africans," unquote. For every South African to achieve his or her highest level of well-being, each of us needs to be consistent in our contribution towards our collective efforts. In this manner, we will adequately improve our responsiveness. This responsibility is distributed among and resides within, firstly, the individual citizen, civil society, the collective of government, for instance, the Department of Social Development, Health, Basic Education, Human Settlement, etc., including the private sector. We believe as a department we cannot be able to service our people without the support of other departments. Confronted with the challenges that accompany COVID-19 pandemic, the Department of Social Development immediately rose to the challenge. This tested our system as much as it stretched them. In carrying out our COVID-19 related work, we are guided by government's adopted approach and system, for instance, the National Coronavirus Command Council, the net joints, issuing and updating regulations and directions, etc. The department and its entities are continuously extending themselves and reaching out to the sectors that we are serving. For instance, we craft directions and make inputs into regulations, potential partners when establishing service delivery innovations, and communities, because we believe nothing can be decided about our beneficiaries without their involvement. These efforts have brought us together. Without being exhaustive, few among the partners we have been working with towards dealing with the challenges that accompany COVID-19 are the following: the United Nations, Solidarity Fund, the SPAR Group, the Church of Christ and Latter-day Saints, Old Mutual, Unilever, Kula Milling, National Empowerment Fund, SA Sugar Association, SA Breweries, and Protector and Gamble. Yet yesterday, for instance, last night, I was participating in an interdepartmental meeting within technological innovation, data capabilities, and food security and food access that are being brought together. In that meeting, I was invited by Minister Nkosazana Dlamini Zuma, and Minister Thoko Didiza was also participating in the meeting. The gist of it all is about how do we find the most effective and efficient ways of responding to the challenges of COVID-19. The pandemic continues to expose our society's systemic limitations. I thank the opportunity to update this House on our response towards dealing with the challenges that accompany COVID-19 pandemic. While we are responding to COVID-19 pandemic, we remain committed to the National Development Plan, which says our future, make it work. Therefore, this executive statement is made before you as part of our government's demonstration of the extraordinary measures that are intentionally planned and are being implemented to protect all South Africans against the unprecedented socio-economic impact of COVID-19. In this executive statement, not only am I drawing our collective attention to the adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the essence and makeup of our social fabric, I particularly call upon all of us to realistically evaluate relevance and sufficiency of our collective COVID-19 mitigation investment and efforts. These are the investments and efforts within which we seek to undo the impact of the greatest misfortune that has befallen us, and particularly the most vulnerable members of our society. This has not only befallen us as South Africa, it has befallen the entire wide world. So while we are looking at what needs to be done, we are also looking at how other countries are faring so that we can be able to look for best practices amongst ourselves, and in particular in the African continent. Were it not for the insightful policy documents of the African National Congress, for instance, the Freedom Charter and the Reconstruction and Development Program frame, our society's responsiveness to the COVID-19 pandemic would be found wanting. As stated in the Freedom Charter Development, and I quote, a birth because of the insistence of these policy documents on coordinated cooperation and comprehensive approach to governance, South Africa's response to the challenges that accompany COVID-19 pandemic is strengthened by systems that flow from these policies. And I do want to say upfront that these policies are policies that continuously need to be sharpened, continuously need to be changed when necessary, so that they can respond to the challenges of today. And then COVID-19 is here. It therefore means even in the policies that we had and we had comfort in, there are things that we need to change. And for this reason, and properly understood, social development is the function of multi-stakeholder and transversal partnerships that involve the ANC-led government, the private sector, civil society, academia, research institutions, and our multilateral partners. In the period of COVID-19 pandemic, the social development represents the participation of each and every one of us through partnerships that are focused on resolving our social challenges. The most vulnerable of our countrymen, women and men who must benefit from these partnerships and the programs of social development are members of our households and communities for whom intergenerational poverty is a scaffold that continues to shape their lived experiences. Those with health comorbidities, children, the unemployed and the unemployable, our senior citizens, single parents, people with disability, youth, our country women, the hungry, and those who live in township and remote areas, in the remote areas of our country. This executive statement serves to remind us of the known but long denied as well as hidden vulnerabilities that our people involuntarily live with. Despite the denial of the vulnerabilities by some among us, the advent of COVID-19 pandemic is reinforcing the visibility of the already adversely affected among us. I hereby wish to assure you that the Department of Social Development, its entities, SASA and MDDA, the province's Department of Social Development, the South African Council for Social Service Professions, our funded not-for-profit NPOs, the non-governmental organizations, including cooperatives and our partner institutions, are working hard to mitigate the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on each and every one of us, particularly the vulnerable. And we believe as social development that together we are the social development portfolio. The portfolio approach has been particularly beneficial in the face of the unprecedented social development challenges that accompany COVID-19 pandemic, where we needed to harness and improve our resources and programmatic efficiencies and uncover and mobilize our social innovation. The pandemic flung open our doors to learning. For this reason, we learn from one another as much as we learn from each other. This is how we continue to improve our programs. Consequently, the advent of COVID-19 in South Africa has stimulated greater sector-wide coordination and collaboration, and as much as it is inspiring our programs, agility and responsiveness must be at the center of everything. The portfolio approach is particularly useful where we target and deploy it through the district development-centered modeling. Of the 500 billion investment, the social, which was announced by President Cyril Ramaphosa, the social development portfolio is among the government's key implementers of the three-pronged social relief and economic support package, whose values President Cyril Ramaphosa announced to be 500 billion. This represents government investing 10% of the South Africa's gross domestic product into our people as well as the economy. Our government directed us an unprecedented 50 billion rand of this towards relieving the plight of the unemployed and current grant beneficiaries. As expected, the social development portfolio rose to the challenge to defend the South Africa against COVID-19 through the administration of social relief stimulus package. Verifiably, the following are among the investments we have been making since the lockdown period. These are allocated a total of 45.5 billion to boost our sector-level response to the pandemic, allocated 95 million from the Criminal Assets Recovery Account (CARA) to strengthen services for combating the shadow pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide. Among the almost 300 NGOs that will receive support is Mr. Simpiwe Matebula of Shaisani Center for Hope, Tanzania, Mpumalanga Province, who received 200,000, and MS Trakane Makubele of Takuso Victim Empowerment Center in Toyando, Limpopo Province, who received 200,000 rands. I'm just mentioning but the two out of all the others who are supposed to receive the support from ourselves. And the call we want to make to those that receive such support from government is to say to them, please make sure that money reaches those it is intended for, because government itself has to be accountable of the monies that we are distributing. Distributed over 1.2 million food parcels, from which 6 million individuals counted at household level gained access to food. 3, employed an additional 1,800 unemployed social worker graduates, and I know that this figure is not adequate, these numbers are not adequate. We'll do everything we can to make sure that there's an increase. While the Free State Provincial Department of Social Development has extended the contracts of these graduates by another 9 months, it is exploring ways of absorbing them into permanent employment. In this respect, other provincial departments are exploring similar options. It is important for us to appreciate that the need for social workers in all our communities is very important. 4, received 76,000 calls through the Gender-Based Violence Command Center, and to whom the much-needed psychosocial support services was provided. Provided physical accommodation, food, psychosocial support, blankets and personal protective equipment to the over 13,000 homeless persons who were accommodated in 177 shelters. In this regard, I would like to inform this House that we have gazetted the Victim Support Bill and invite the public to participate in it. Employed 2,000 youth volunteers through the National Development Agency, pursuant of the need to socialize the COVID-19 pandemic behavioral change etiquette. Together with Minister of Health, we have established a multi-sectoral ministry advisory council on social behavior change, which is chaired by Bishop Malusi Mpumlwana, to drive large-scale social behavior change initiatives at our community. And may I also say that changing social behavior is of major importance to us, because we believe that if we take advantage of the fact that we are talking about COVID-19 and the need to change so that people can make sure that they wear their mask, they keep the distance, there are other social ills that we need to use this opportunity to deal with.
Thank you very much,
We
Minister.
stimulated youth entrepreneurship.
Minister, your time has expired. I've given you an extra time. If you can just conclude in a few seconds.
Well, in a few seconds, Chairperson, I can be able to say that the data and information as to exactly how much of the social grants were increased, we can give that, and the data on social on the 350, we can also give that. To date, we have, out of the 7 million that applied, we have paid 5 million already. And I know that there are other issues that are related to some people complaining that they haven't received. We have already done well with May and June, and we think that the system we have in place now will not face the same challenges we faced in the beginning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. The second speaker will be Honorable Masango. On the video.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes, continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chairperson, for some reason, I looked forward to the Honorable Minister Zulu's statement today. Firstly, because I hope the Minister would take the opportunity to ensure that all the challenges with the payment of the special COVID-19 social relief of distress grant were sorted without any court intervention. Having listened to the Minister so far, I am sadly disappointed yet again. I am disappointed because the South Africans have been understanding and patient in the face of ferocious hunger and starvation. I'm disappointed because at every meeting, the Portfolio Committee expressed itself clearly and categorically to the Honourable Minister and her department that they should ensure that the systems works and that millions of people actually receive the money to buy food. I am also disappointed because when the announcement of the special grant was made on the 21st of April, millions of people had their hopes high that they would at least get 350 Rand. For many of them, those hopes have yet to be fulfilled over 3 months later. I am still receiving complaints and queries every day from desperate people who have not been paid their grant due to, at times, the post office not having sufficient money to pay them. I received complaints this morning, even, Honourable Chairperson, from the Western Cape, from Mpumalanga, from the Eastern Cape, and other places. Honourable Chair, this morning, just to give you an example, I received a frantic call from a lady in Mitchell's Plain Post Office saying that they have been there since the crack of dawn this morning to collect this SRD grant, only to be told that SASSA had not sent the money to the post office for these people to be paid. I'm just painting a picture that 3 months later, the system has not stabilized and that the partnership between SASSA and the post office still has challenges. The poor and the vulnerable are on the receiving end of these challenges. Honourable Chairperson, when you receive calls, emails, and WhatsApp messages asking you if you know what it's like to go hungry yourself while you have to face your starving children, asking you if tomorrow there will be something to eat, knowing that I don't have an answer to these questions, and being incredibly grateful that I have yet to be in such circumstances, it leaves me with a deep sense of concern. Messages from people who wake up every single day hoping for a promised outcome that might never come if we have to wait for this department to implement solutions. These messages my colleagues and I are receiving are a drop in the ocean. Countless people don't even have the means of contacting us. Honourable Chair, the challenge of absorbing government-trained social workers into government and the sector has still not been resolved. We are aware of the 1,800 social workers being brought in on a temporary basis. The social ills are not temporary in this country. They were rife before the COVID-19 pandemic, and they will be even worse after it. The impact of the pandemic on especially already poor and vulnerable is immense. It is therefore unthinkable that the service will only be for such a short space of time. We are, as a country, experiencing some of the highest levels of gender-based violence and femicide, and every effort, beyond plans but action, must be made to fight this scourge. The Honourable Minister's statement does not offer concrete plans in this regard. It is clear to me, Honourable Chairperson, in South Africa, we do not have a resource problem. We have an incapable state problem, a state with no capacity, a state that has no respect for constitutional rights, and a state that is clearly removed from the lived experience of its people. The Honourable Minister's executive statement today is yet another installment in a series of excuses from a minister who has done nothing really to alleviate the scourge of hunger that has gripped millions of people. Why is it, Honourable Minister Zulu, that the lives and livelihoods of the poor and vulnerable are not important to you? Why is it, Honourable Chairperson, that we have to sit here and listen to a statement about why things have still not happened when they should have been addressed a long time ago? Honourable Chairperson, the department's own update says that of the 14 million people who are food insecure, the department, in partnership with various organizations as well as other ordinary citizens, has been able to feed more than 5 million people. A question has to be asked of the department and the Honourable Minister. What has happened to the 9 million people who have not been fed, that have not received the SRD grant, and have lost their jobs? The statistics are painting a grim picture for the poor people in South Africa. For example, predicted levels of poverty will have almost doubled after the COVID-19 lockdown has been lifted. This prediction calls for planning by the Department of Social Development. It should be at the forefront of looking after the poor and vulnerable. I doubt that this department has that plan. The Democratic Alliance has used all avenues available to it to exercise oversight on the department. We called for SASSA offices to be prioritized for PPE and open to provide the services many people needed when the special grant was announced. We called for the Honourable Minister to hold to account all those within the department and its agencies for delays in payment of the special grant and the long queues at payment dates. All our reasonable and caring calls fell on deaf ears. Honourable Chairperson, in the absence of a clear plan of action, and given the Minister and her department's recent abysmal track record, the Democratic Alliance will put it to the Honourable Minister that she should offer an unconditional apology to the millions of South Africans who have been victims of her lack of leadership, of her being removed from the lived reality of the people she has the privilege of serving. After the apology, the Minister, the Honourable Minister, must do the honourable thing and vacate her position as the Minister of Social Development. Thank you so much, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Masango. The Honourable Ngwenya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet the CIC Julius Malema, the DP Floyd Shibambo, commissars and fighters in the ground forces of the EFF. Honourable Chairperson, the COVID pandemic must force all of us to reboot our thinking about poverty and development in this country. The coronavirus deepened an already precarious socio-economic situation in our country, where almost a quarter of the population went to bed hungry even before the virus struck. According to the statistics, South Africa's 2018 General House Survey, 6.6 million people in this country were experiencing severe hunger. Over 13.6 million people had limited access to food and had to change their diet or eating patterns in 2018 due to a lack of resources. We had over 18 million people on social grants, which the social grant itself is barely enough to secure them food for a month. This situation is more pronounced on households headed by African females, and it gets worse where there are no adults in the home. Poverty in this country has a race and it has a gender. It is a terrible indictment on the inability of the neo-apartheid establishment over which you preside to open up opportunities for economic participation for the dejected masses of our population. Aware of this terrible situation, In our 2019 manifesto, the EFF asked that social grants must be doubled across the board. This was to enable the most vulnerable groups of people, the elderly, the disabled, the orphaned, the children, and war veterans, to be able to live a life of dignity without hunger. It is for this reason that we welcomed the intervention by the President at the beginning of the lockdown, which introduced the unemployment grant of 350 rand and increased social grant across the board for a period of 6 months, at least until October. But we all know that the situation will not have improved a bit by October, and that in actual fact, more and more people would have sunk deeper into poverty by then. For this reason, the EFF argued that the unemployment grant, as well as the increases in social grants introduced during the lockdown, must remain in place permanently. We welcome the fact that the minister did indicate that they are considering having these grants permanently in the country. But until this has been done formally, we will keep pushing for the grants to be increased and made permanent. The department must also beef up its administrative capacity to ensure that all those who qualify for the grants do actually get them on time. Honorable Chairperson, it must stop that this sinister practice of redirecting everyone to the 350 unemployment grant. People applying for disability grant must get the disability grant instead of being redirected to the unemployment relief grant. Minister, one of the areas receiving less focus during this time is the critical role of social workers. Many families have been torn asunder by this virus. Many households are now left without parents or without breadwinners. Equally, the vulnerability of women and young girls to abuse has been increased by the lockdown. The psychosocial effects of this will be too dire for the society. We need to strengthen our capacity to respond to these issues. The department must prepare itself to deal with the residual effects of the pandemic. Honorable Chairperson, there are thousands of unemployed social workers in this country. We need to absorb all of them into the system. These social workers must work together with the police and the health system to tackle the wide variety of psychosocial ills, as well as the heightened levels of gender-based violence in this country. We certainly can and must stretch the measures already announced by the minister in order to safeguard the most vulnerable in our society. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Mangwenya. Honorable van der Merwe, who is in the chamber.
Albongwe.
Honorable Mkhuleko Hlengwa, Assembly, Ngiyakubawa. Ayibe akungabe njalo. Qhubeka ma.
House Chairperson, when President Ramaphosa first announced the national lockdown and called our nation to action, like true patriotic South Africans that truly care for our country and its people, the IFP stood ready to serve. We quickly mobilized food relief for some of our poorest communities, and we donated to the Solidarity Fund. While ordinary South Africans united behind President Ramaphosa, some morally bankrupt cadres of the ruling party, however, readied themselves to loot resources meant for the poor. The COVID-19 pandemic, Chairperson, has sadly revealed that our permanent pandemic is that of corruption. It has shown us that when the ANC tell us about a better life for all, what they mean is a better life for their cadres. Cadres before our country, cadres before lives and livelihoods. President Ramaphosa's new dawn has sadly been laid bare as nothing more than a long, dark night of theft and corruption. Today, Minister Zulu has in such valiant terms outlined the department's response to the COVID-19 storm. But hers was a story half told. So allow me to fill in the blanks. Chairperson, while cadres stole food parcels, vulnerable children in the Eastern Cape were forced to eat wild plants to fend off starvation. Vulnerable South Africans slept outside closed SASSA offices in the cold and rain. Pensioners died in long SASSA queues. Call center numbers for SASSA went unanswered. Gender-based violence increased. And when organizations warned of an increase in child abuse, this department simply looked the other way. As many as 4,000 social workers that have been trained by the state are still sitting at home, and this despite the president saying that these social workers should be brought into employment. Non-profit organizations in the Eastern Cape have yet to receive their stipends from Minister Zulu's department, while NGOs in other provinces have seen cuts to their government subsidies, affecting services to the elderly, shelters, people with disabilities, ECDs, and more. You didn't rise to the challenge, Minister Zulu, for the 9 million hungry children who during the lockdown had no food because their school feeding schemes were closed. With the closure of school feeding schemes, Minister Motshega simply passed the buck to Minister Zulu and ultimately to the jobless, telling hungry communities to feed their starving children. And Minister Zulu, I really have to ask you today, what type of government that tells us that they are pro-poor renders vulnerable children even more vulnerable at a time of crisis? Well, while comrades lined their pockets, the Department of Social Development followed suit. Minister Zulu's department in KZN obtained 48,000 blankets at inflated costs, thereby incurring a financial loss of 15.8 million through corruption and collusion. Worse still, these blankets weren't even distributed. As poor communities cried out that food parcels were not reaching them, government promised struggling South Africans a 350 grant, which the IFP welcomed. Yet instead of this grant being a source of hope for many, it has become a source of great despair. For the many who have not been paid, for the many who have been rejected for no reason, and for the millions who have been unable to access this grant because they do not have access to data or smartphones. SASSA has rejected, for example, the young Mr. Gadebe from Durban, saying he's been employed for the past 18 months, yet he's just been released on parole. Where is the justice for these vulnerable citizens, Honourable Minister? Today, we needed a heartfelt apology from you, Minister, for significant government failures, which left poor South Africans on the brink of the abyss with nowhere to turn to. We needed compassion and empathy for their plight, not a statement completely out of touch with reality. Minister Zulu, we still have time to fix what has gone wrong as tough times lie ahead. Oxfam warns that South Africa is fast becoming one of the global hunger epicenters. If you cannot do what is right and fix what has gone wrong, then it's time to step aside. To all the real heroes, the social workers, religious organizations, NGOs, and all those who stood in defense for the vulnerable during these difficult times, the IFP would like to thank you. The IFP remains committed to stand with you in solidarity with the poor and vulnerable. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. ICT Babus Tole. I come muted, please. All these people that I'm calling their names, if you repeat, I'm going to make sure that you stay out. Honourable members on the virtual platform, I know some of you might not be aware that their mics are not muted. Please do that. Please check your gadgets and ensure that it is muted because it is giving us a feedback. And if you appear on the screen with a disturbance, I'm going to warn you once. Second time, you will be ejected. Thank you. Honourable Briet.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Honourable Minister, the interventions are most noble, but at what cost to South Africans in the long run? When will you and your department and its entities start being honest with South Africans? How many more people need to suffer because of you and your government's incompetence? The 350 Rand grant was announced with great fanfare, but it has been nothing but empty promises from the get-go. You promised payments by 15 May. And did they happen? No. Only 10 people were paid on the 15th of May. Thereafter, you promised approved May applications will be paid by the end of May. Did that happen? Also no. Not even 1 million of the initial 6 million applications and 3 million approvals were paid. Then you promised May applications would be completed by end of June. And did that happen? No, because then we realized the systems that were used to approve applicants was wrong. Somewhere in between, it was also announced that May and June payments would be paid together. Then that was wrongly reported and misunderstood. Later, it was said that full payments of the 350 Rand grant will not be made. Then those reports disappeared. Now we are once again paying double payments, but only at the post office. And so I can continue for quite some time without running out of new problems to name. Minister, the people of South Africa are not pariahs because of anything else but the ANC government and the ANC's lack of ensuring sustainable development, equal opportunities for all, and an economic growth. The issues of the 350 Rand grant does not stop with the process and its implementation. Minister, according to you, the Freedom Charter frames development, social and economic, as a birthright. But the special COVID-19 SRD grant that was supposed to be the net for those people that fall through the cracks is none of that. The people who are not black enough for small business assistance, not poor enough for grants, or not friends of an ANC to receive TERS UIF are being left behind. They are not receiving their birthright that you say they ought to have. You mentioned that grants have been paid to 5 million applicants, but you cleverly failed to mention the millions of people still waiting for a single payment. We have had 126 days of national lockdown. Would you be able to survive on 350 Rand or none at all? Minister, you also need to be open with us regarding the top-ups of the SASSA grants and the new 6-month caregiver grant. What is your and the department's intention with these 6-month additions? How are you going to stop these funds come October? How are you expecting these grant recipients who have become used to these extra funds to survive without it? Do you think COVID-19 will be gone by October, or that the economy would have opened? Because I think not. It is an absolute disgrace that these grants are also so small. People have to live off less than one item of designer clothing in an ANC cader's wardrobe. But also, on the other hand, South Africa can also not afford these grants or these top-ups. Minister, but you need to tell us whether we and Treasury will be surprised come October when you announce that these top-ups will be sustained for the future and that South Africa yet again has to dock up for the ANC's politically motivated grants to keep its constituents voting ANC. The only real solution to our problem is sustainable development of our communities. It is not just the department that fails in sustainable development, but the government as a whole. If we do not succeed in social upliftment of our economy, it will be ruined. And the ANC have also failed in their Freedom Charter. Minister, in committee meetings, you continually say that we need to respect our elders and our most vulnerable, that even because someone has nothing, it does not mean they need to be disrespected. But Minister, what you and this department are currently doing is disrespecting our elderly, our most vulnerable, our citizens that have suffered enough. Shame on you, Minister, shame on your department, and shame on this ANC government, because you are the biggest disgrace of all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable speakers. Honorable.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Hinana, please.
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable speakers.
Shall I proceed? Honorable Chair, thank you. COVID-19 further deepened the vulnerability of the poor and working class families in South Africa. Before COVID-19, more than half of our population survived on less than 1,000 Rand per month. The national lockdown, which is considered as one of the longest and hardest in the world, severely impacted labor-intensive sectors such as tourism, and the ongoing drought in the agriculture sector contributed to the displacement of several families. South Africa has lost an estimate of 3 million jobs, with the income of some families halved during this period. Economic disparity is a major cause for dysfunction in both individuals and families. Poverty results in psychological scarring and developmental stunting, affecting individuals and their ability to function and contribute economically throughout their lives. There is a critical need for sustainable and community-based interventions to address food insecurity, homelessness, and abandonment of children due to economic vulnerability. We bear a moral imperative to move beyond politics into policies that will restore our communities and especially the safety of our women and children. We need a renewed focus on innovative socio-economic interventions and bigger investments for urban agricultural projects. The ACDP proposes that we utilize unused municipal land instead of selling it off to big developers at the expense of poor communities. This requires strategic partnerships between the government, the private sector, and our communities. But we believe that it can be done. Government cannot play the big mama or nanny role. Social development must be transformed. Servant and politician who works in the sector cannot be a thief, Chairperson. Corruption and inefficiency is the cause of a lack of public trust. An inefficient social development department further increases the helplessness that is felt by our people who are reliant on this department's services. Restoring families and communities should become a key strategy for the next 4 years. How do we marry the critical needs of economic protection and social well-being with sound policies to restore the dignity of people? The pandemic of gender-based violence forces us to challenge the structural breakdown of whole families and the root causes of psychological dysfunction that leads to high levels of abuse and emotional exploitation of the vulnerable. The ACDP in this response to the statement of the Minister wish to highlight the moral need to change the way things are into socio-economic interventions that are holistic and community-driven. We cannot go back to the system before COVID-19. We must fundamentally change our systems to respond to a bigger basket of and environmental changes beyond our control. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable
Chair, thank you so much, House Chair. Just on a point of order, I appreciate the extra seconds that you gave Ms. Sukkers, but you probably noticed that on 2 occasions she was interrupted by another member. I couldn't see the name, but please will you address that as well. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you very much. I actually intentionally gave her extra seconds due to that. Thank you. The ATM, I don't have a name. Is there anybody on the platform? Mama Khau? Babu Zungula? None. Can we call on Good, the Honorable August?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The Department of Social Development provides an important safety net for vulnerable citizens in good times and bad. In times of crisis, as we're now in, a smooth and corruption-free functioning becomes critical. The good news is that a combination of reallocating funds within the department and trimming the excess of other sectors of state, an additional 50 billion has been allocated to social development purposes, with almost all of it going directly to social assistance program. Not such good news, however, is that SASSA's anti-fraud investigations in high-risk areas are being reduced by 25%. Now more than ever, looting must stop. Good welcomes the recent announcement that government is considering making the COVID-19 grants for unemployed people permanent in the form of a basic income grant. This makes sense if we speak of socioeconomic ways in assisting our most vulnerable. We look forward to the release of the department's draft policy proposal. The idea of a basic income grant is not new. The discussions of such a grant date back to the time of former President Mandela, who agreed in 1999 to investigate its feasibility. It is Good's view that the grant should be rolled out incrementally, using funds freed up by reducing unnecessary spending, by stopping the loss of taxpayers' money to corruption, by reducing waste and irregular expenditure, and by halting the massive bailouts to bloated SOEs. Good encourages all South Africans to stand in solidarity with each other on this issue. Chair, besides responding to the coronavirus, the department performs other key functions that must not be neglected. Beyond grants to the young, disabled and elderly, its support for troubled families, victims of gender-based violence and to curb drug addiction are essential for the welfare of our communities and our collective soul. People say that the upside of a crisis is the opportunities it presents to do things better. What the pandemic has done is strip South African inequality naked. Those who for years have turned blind eyes have finally been forced to see. Clothing, feeding, sheltering and providing for the emotional needs of our most vulnerable people are not acts of charity. They are measures of the development of our humanity and a sustainable society. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable August. Honorable Neba Hinana, please check your gadget and mute it. It's disturbing us. It has been 2 times now, and maybe you are not aware. Please. Thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Thank you, House Chair, and thank you, Minister, for your presentation and my colleagues that spoke before me. But Chairperson, I want to, reiterate that the problem in the country is much bigger than finding faults and attacking each other. Now, let me tell you why I say this. 10% of the people in this country own 86% of the wealth. 18 million people in South Africa are in debt.
Says who? Says who?
3,500 of the richest own an equivalent of what 32 million of the poorest own. Now, in the private sector, one CEO just of Kumba Oil earned 42.4 million rand last year. Now, Minister, I want you to know and understand one thing. You're not going to find any solutions with opposition politics in South Africa. Because remember, opposition politics thrives on finding faults and weaknesses, like the political analyst said, that political parties are thriving on the weaknesses and the challenges of ruling parties, and that's where the problem is. Unfortunately, their interest is not creating a better society or life for the people on the ground, and that is clear. But Honourable Minister, through you, Chair, I think one of the issues you need to accept is this, that we need a holistic approach to the problems on the ground. Now, they say 6 out of 10 children are multidimensionally poor in South Africa, meaning what? That they either don't have good health, they have poor health, poor education, poor nutrition, poor housing, poor protection, no water and sanitation. Now, this is what is impacting on the lives of the children who are the future generations, and as a result, that is why you have what you have today. It is the socio-economic conditions, the spatial planning, which from apartheid days continue 26 years later into the country. So you need to be able to speak to the relevant departments to all come on board, including local authorities, provincial structures, to be able to find common ground in being able to deal with these things. Now, let me go one step further, Arjun. The issue of hunger. It is clear with the latest statistics, millions more in South Africa are going to go hungry. Why? Because of the high unemployment rate, because of the conditions under which they are living. Now, let me give you one solution, Minister. We have said that 80% of the crime is as a result of alcohol consumed during late hours of the night or early hours of the morning. So why don't we deal with that monster alcohol alone, and half your problems at least will be sorted out in the country? Do you think other political parties are going to accept that? Clearly, they're not going to accept them. You need to be able to take a stance as government and do what is in the best interest of our people on the ground.
Thank you.
You cannot be pleasing political parties. You need to please the masses on the ground.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheikh Sheikh.
Have I run out of time? Oh, thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Waters, what you did, you know very well that it's a transgression of the rules. Consider this a warning. AIC, are you there? Anyone? None. COPE, is there anyone? None. Al-Jama, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Al-Jama welcomes the initiative by the Minister to issue a statement as it helps fill the gap left by the declaration of the state of disaster, which reduces the oversight of Parliament. I just listened to the Hajj sermon on the 9th day of the Hajj month 3 hours ago. During this sermon on Mount Arafat in Mecca, there's a signature breeze in a flash that miraculously wipes away all your sins because you embrace the equality of mankind. Charity knows no color, Honorable Chair, and we have seen the best of the white community, who we are often have quarrels with, empty their pockets and their hearts to help the poorest of the poor during the pandemic. I know of Blue Ribbon Bakery and witnessed the manager and Afrikaner Willem went the extra mile in distributing 5 million loaves of bread. So while the minister came up with revolutionary ways to assist the poor, the generosity of people like Willem and his company cannot go unnoticed. We need more of them. Tomorrow, as part of the Hajj celebrations, Muslims slaughter to distribute meat to the poor. For many, it will be the first time that meat is in the pot this year. Every grain of rice and pieces of meat helps many during the pandemic. What I like about the sermon today is that the High Priest of Khatib quoted the Quran to support many of the initiatives President Ramaphosa pleaded the nation to follow, like social distancing, staying at home, and the relief that we are debating today. He also quoted the teaching of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam that the cure will be found for the coronavirus and the importance of the preservation of life. When the 5 South African families return, including Muhammad the son and Zarina the mother from Hajj, I hope the President will invite them to address the nation and give hope to the country that the virus will be defeated. What we like about the approach of the minister is that she does not have a quarrel to procure from the people who are going hungry, but at the same time want to help them start basic businesses. The minister should identify some of the top food and clothing items poor people are given or have to buy and get the president's decree that those items can only be bought from the most poor in business. The most poor in business is the new slogan. The Department of Social Welfare will do the nation proud to be to the forefront of supporting basic businesses. Minister, leave a legacy that you started the Poor in Business project. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. I just saw Honorable Nchaisa. Are you there to speak, Honorable Nchaisa? If we pass, we pass. We're not. Honorable Nchaisa, proceed and speak. Is he mute? He's unmuted. Honorable Nchaisa, we pass, and once we go to Honorable Stock, you won't be able to come back again. Thank you. Honorable Stock, continue.
Thank you very much, Honorable House Chairperson, Honorable Minister and the Deputy Minister, Honorable members and the viewers at home. The ANC rises in support of the socio-economic interventions made by the Department of Social Development to mitigate the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Honorable members, the ANC was formed as a response to the concrete situation that confronted the majority of our people at that time. It took it upon itself to ensure that its mission is premised to restore the dignity of all South Africans and instill a human rights culture based on justice, equality, and the creation of a better life for all. Honorable members, when the ANC developed its social welfare policy, it was to ensure that it becomes a vehicle for the advancement of the above-mentioned principles. The ANC social welfare policies have always been rooted not only in advancing the comprehensive social transformation that would change the material conditions of all South Africans for the better, but also by the notion of forging a nation inspired by the values of human solidarity. These are important in building a South Africa that is socially and economically inclusive. This is the journey that the ANC has always committed itself to since its formation. As we all know, this has not been an easy journey for all of us, including the ANC as the leader of government. We continued to be confronted by the persistent challenges of inequality, poverty, and unemployment. That is why we resolved to deepen our democracy through an equitable, just, and effective social delivery system. Such a system should be underpinned by transformation as a vehicle to create a united nation which creates the necessary environment for human development and the unlocking of human potential to enable prosperity among all South Africans. This means that South Africans must be seen as a fundamental resource which is central to the development of the economy and the nation as a whole. This is why addressing the triple challenges, it is always important to remember that this is what the ANC has committed itself to do in its social welfare policy. These human rights are enshrined in the constitution of the country, which is people-centered, people-driven, and advances a people development approach. It enjoins us to create a better life for all and the unlocking of human potential throughout all the South Africans and the beneficiaries of the social welfare policy. These principles are also important to the developmental social welfare that the department is pursuing. The ANC, since the dawn of democracy, advanced the creation of a better lifelong for all through the implementation of the social protection policies programs, which have been reduced to poverty and vulnerability by creating social safety nets for the poor and the most vulnerable. The socioeconomic interventions that have been undertaken by the department and continue to be implemented through the COVID-19 lockdown. It's towards the vulnerable and then also to uplift the people's first and then also those that are facing the poorest of the poor situations during the lockdown. This is based on the belief that the true mark of a civil society is how it treats its most vulnerable. Honorable members, there are a number of strategic interventions that the department is doing through implementing comprehensive programs that focus on the war on poverty, addressing the challenges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. We would like to place it on record that we appreciate the work that the department has been doing since the country has been in lockdown. We continue to be kept abreast of all the interventions made to provide the socio-economic relief and support to the multitudes who are in desperate need. The provision of an emergency budget that enables those who are vulnerable continue to be cushioned from the impact of the pandemic. This emergency budget has actually enabled the department to respond to the provision of the nutritious food to about 3.3 million beneficiaries across the country who are mostly vulnerable against food insecurity and inaccessibility. We do, however, note that the food distribution process has been experiencing various challenges, and we are of the opinion that the food distribution process must be reviewed in its entirety. We are emphatic that the food parcels must be transitioned into a food voucher system. There must be a clear communication of the food distribution processes. Everyone who are meant to be beneficiaries of the food distribution system must benefit at the end of the day, particularly those who reside in the deep rural areas and in the outskirts of our country. We also welcome and support the announcement made by the President, which introduced the special COVID-19 special relief grant. This grant comes in the form of a 350 for a 6-month period for the unemployed which are not receiving any form of income. There is also a temporary increase to the child support grant, a total budget of about 50 billion which has been allocated to finance this relief program. We are, however, concerned through the systemic challenges that confront the payout of the special COVID-19 SRD grant. Our people have been complaining about waiting for grants since they have applied in May, some of them. Others have been rejected whilst they remain unemployed. Others have also never received any responses from the department whilst they've made their application from day one. And then through our interactions with the department, we have emphasized that these are some of the challenges that needs to be addressed as a matter of urgency. The department and SASSA must actually be able to prioritize and be able to deal with some of these issues. We acknowledge that a universal basic income grant is currently under discussion to ensure that our people are supported beyond the 6 months period, but we actually need to indicate that the BIG, whilst we welcome its reintroduction, it will not be a wholesale approach. We need to indicate that the implementation of the BIG will be done after careful consideration of the national fiscus, as well as development of a comprehensive feasibility study. We commend the work of the National Development Agency has been doing to create unemployment for more than 2,000 youth volunteers. And then these volunteers have been key in the rollout of the department community programs as food distribution to the vulnerable through community nutrition and development centers. The social development portfolio has been central also in the fight against GBV. And then an amount of 95 million has been allocated to help the department to fight through the NPOs to the fight of GBVF throughout the country. Honorable members, according to the DA's social policy, social spending should be focused on the disadvantaged, and that such spending should improve the chances of individuals born in poverty. And this includes the dedication of efficient delivery of basic services to the poor. This is an absolute illusion because the hardfall movement in the Western Cape once again shut down the city of Cape Town on the issue of backyard dwellers, which they have raised with the city of Cape Town and the Human Rights Commission for a number of months already, and this has never been attended to. Last week, Wednesday, the shack dwellers from Ekanini informal settlement in Khayelitsha were protesting because they want the city of Cape Town to fix their damaged toilets and the supply of water. These toilets have been blocked since 2016, and we need to continue to ask a question. Where is the budget for social spending going? Is it going to the white caucus or is it going to the black caucus? And that question needs to be responded to. The ANC supports the strategic interventions made by the social development portfolio as vehicles of qualitatively improving the lives of our people and creating a better life for all. We will continue to work with the department to ensure that our people are socially, economically liberated. Let me, in conclusion, honorable members, take this opportunity to thank all honorable members who normally came to the debates to constructively criticize the work of the department, but also make concrete proposals as to how some of the challenges can be resolved. Unfortunately, there's nothing for me to say to all those who are well known for their opportunistic behavior of playing into the gallery with the view of scoring cheap political points. On behalf of the ANC, we support the statement by the ministerial statement, which was presented by the minister. I thank you, Kialeboha, Ayedanki, Enkosi. Thank you, Chair.
Raleboha Ntate Stock. Mhlonishwa Ngqongqoshe Mamzulu. Isikhathi sakho sokuphendula.
Amandla, stop.
Babu Kungubele, that's a warning. You do it again, you leave the meeting. It's your first warning. Don't ever touch the buttons. Yes, Honorable Minister, you have 5 minutes to respond.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Upfront, I do want to make the statement that as the department and myself as a minister and the deputy minister will continue to work with partners across society to come up with more innovative, comprehensive interventions that address the felt needs of our people. Indeed, our system needs re-engineering for them to enable smooth delivery of our services. That I put up front. Secondly, I also want to say that with a constructive opposition, I think that we can make a big difference in our country. I think that the people of South Africa need us, particularly at this time, to really do the best we can to work with each other. And therefore, the changing of our systems must also be informed by what people are saying, including many of the members who are very constructive here. I always listen to you. I hear you because I believe that you are South Africans who have a contribution to make. I want particularly to thank Honorable Ngwenya, because Honorable Ngwenya, consistently, we are constructive in your criticism. You make me wake up in the morning and do the right thing and not disappoint, because what you say in the portfolio committee is what you always say in the House. And that is not taking away your party, that is the EFF, and taking away from you who you are. This is just from me saying, thank you for always being constructive, because we have to learn to each other, because I know that you have nothing else to, that your intentions have got nothing to do with anything, but to make sure that the people of South Africa receive the best that they can get. From member Sakers, yes, again, I fully agree with you. And again, you are one of those people who would always make us want to do more, because I cannot be disappointing people who are fundamentally constructive in their criticism. And I do not fear, and I don't have anything against them, because I know when they pick up the phone or they talk in the portfolio committee, their intention is just to make sure that we change where we are not doing very well. Member Honorable Good also, thank you very much. I do want to say that, as it was also raised by Honorable Ngwenya, the issue of big and raised by the chairperson of Honorable Stock of the ANC, this is the time for us to be creative, to be innovative, to find the resources, both financial resources and otherwise. This is a time for us to bring the best brains of South Africa to come to table and have a conversation about what is it that needs to be done to make sure that we implement big. We are no longer talking about not implementing it. We are talking about how can we implement it, being conscious, of course, of what Honorable Stock said earlier on. Imam, you talk about a holistic approach. I fully agree with you. And the issue of alcohol is a disaster for all of us. For me, it's not just about the alcohol. It's the behavior of people once they have taken that alcohol. And Al-Jama, I fully agree with you. I do believe that we must invest in our people. We must remove the barriers that enable citizens to journey towards self-sufficiency. It is our responsibility to do that. And then to all the other members who spoke, quite frankly, akangithi ngesizulu, inzondo azange ilungise lutho. Inzondo ayisoze ilungise. So i-DA ivele issues ama-statement long before bangizwe nokuthi uthini. The reason why they do that is because they've got hatred for the African National Congress. And let me tell you, we've got no hatred for you, but we will not tolerate it when you continuously say one thing on the other hand in the committee, and on the other hand you read statements that have shown no regard for the work that we do. So you must make up your mind whether you expect me to respond to you or you want me to actually write you off, because writing you off is possible. I believe those who have been constructive, I wish to thank them. We are building South Africa together. Nobody had a book about COVID-19. Nobody had solutions about COVID-19. But this government, collectively, with all the other people outside, we've stepped up to make sure that we help the situation and assist our people. I will remain committed to that. So if the DA might resign, I can resign.
Thank you very
much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the statements, and that concludes the party responses statement. Honorable Kachalia, Honorable Waters, Honorable Graham, please make sure that you mute your gadgets, because as I simnandi lentweni yenzayo nizokhohlelela la kukithi. No, but why should they put their mics on?
As Chair, I'll ensure that I'll get some Vicks cough drops to them.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was the statement. We now go to the first order of the day, and I'll ask the Secretary to read.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on confirmation of suspension/removal from office of Ms. L.B. Freeman, Senior Magistrate, Muscle Bay.
Thank you very much. I will call upon the Honorable Magwanishe on the virtual platform to introduce the report. Honorable Magwanishe, the Chairperson of the Committee of Justice. Honorable Magwanishe. Is he in the list of members that have logged in? If you can check for me. And if he's not there, so we'll have to pass. If we can have ICT checking on our program and making sure that all the speakers and those who are going to do declarations are logged in, it will help us a lot. Or maybe inform the whips of the parties if they've not logged in. Honorable Magwanishe is not on the platform. We will pass that order, and then I'll be advised later what we do with the order. Can we go to order number 2, if I'm allowed? Or with declarations, without introduction. Can't we go to the next order? We'll come back. Or there is Honorable Magwanishe there. I just saw his face now. Honorable Magwanishe, please unmute yourself. Is he muted there? Unmute yourself. We can see your face. Baba Magwanishe umutile. Umutile usiyakubona kodwa asikuzwa awuka. Ikhona intonyana ebovu lapho ke cove lapho izakuvuleka.
Thank you, Chairperson. My computer just froze.
Okay.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Continue.
House Chairperson, honorable members, I rise to present a report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the confirmation of suspension or removal from office of Ms. L.B. Freeman, Senior Magistrate, Mossel Bay, dated 25 June 2020. Ms. Freeman is a Senior Magistrate and the Judicial Head of Office at the Mossel Bay District Court. On 23 November 2017, Ms. Freeman was charged with 29 counts of misconduct relating to various acts of dishonesty committed between 2015 and 2017. On the advice of the Magistrates Commission, the Minister provisionally suspended Ms. L.B. Freeman from office. The National Council of Provinces and the National Assembly confirmed the provisional suspension on the 5th of September 2018 and 25th October 2018, respectively. The disciplinary inquiry against Ms. Freeman began on the 25th February 2019, and she was found guilty of all 29 counts of misconduct. On the 12th of November 2019, the Commission resolved to recommend to the Minister that Ms. Freeman be removed from office on the ground of misconduct. The Commission was of the view that Ms. Freeman's conduct was so severe that it justified her removal from office. The matter was referred to the Committee for consideration and report on the 10th of June 2020. The matter was placed on the agenda for consideration of a joint virtual meeting of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services and the Select Committee on Security and Justice, which was held on the 17th of June 2020. During the meeting, the committees were informed that Ms. Freeman had tendered her resignation just before the meeting of the joint committee started. The committees requested a response from the Commission, which it submitted in a document dated 23rd June 2020. The Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services and the Select Committee on Security and Justice met again on the 25th of June 2020. At the meeting, the Commission provided case law to substantiate the argument that Ms. Freeman's resignation did not comply with the prescripts regarding the period of notice for resignation. The Commission advised that as Ms. Freeman will still hold office of magistrate until 31st July 2020, when her notice period expires, Parliament will not be barred from deliberating on and determining a resolution regarding Ms. Freeman's removal from office. The committee, having considered the report on the confirmation of suspension or removal from office of Ms. L.B. Freeman, Senior Magistrate, Mossel Bay, tabled in terms of Section 13, subsection 4B of the Magistrate Act of 1993, recommends that the National Assembly resolves not to restore Ms. L.B. Freeman to the office of magistrate. I thank you, sir. I thank you, House Chair, and also apologize for the inconvenience caused.
No problem. Thank you very much, the Chairperson. Request for declaration of vote have been received, and I will now allow the DA. Honorable Horn.
Thank you, House Chair. From the report under discussion and the report of the Magistrates Commission to the Portfolio Committee, it is clear that Ms. L.B. Freeman has not acted with the honesty and the integrity required of judicial officers. Dishonesty about directorships she held at the time of applying for a position as senior magistrate, inflating travel claims, and claiming for official trips not undertaken are the type of behavior which cannot be tolerated if we as the legislative branch of government is to play our part in protecting the integrity of the judiciary. We therefore rise to support the report and its recommendation that Ms. Freeman should not be restored to office. Chair, in the well-known Van Rooyen case, the Constitutional Court found that the principle of an independent judiciary is even stronger than the basic human rights contained in the Bill of Rights. The court held that the institutional judicial independence itself is a constitutional principle and norm that goes beyond and lies outside the Bill of Rights. This would mean that while the individual rights contained in the Bill of Rights may be limited in certain circumstances, judicial independence is never to be subjected to such limitation. While the court therefore rightfully held that we as the legislature cannot erode the independence of the judiciary through the laws we make, it is also to be remembered that in South Africa, as in all other constitutional democracies, we do not have a strict or exact separation of powers, and that we as the legislature has a duty of oversight in respect of the judiciary, a constitutional role and function we must fulfill properly in order to help protect the independence of the judiciary. Chair, it is to be noted that in the case of magistrates and the Magistrates Commission, we are regularly tasked to perform the duty of overseeing the manner in which the Commission deals with complaints of misconduct and the way in which the Minister of Justice exercises his discretion in respect of whether findings of misconduct warrants removal from office or not. While this does not mean that the functionality of these systems are necessarily in perfect order, we at least know that the wheels of justice are turning in respect of how the magistracy is regulating matters of discipline. However, in respect of the Judicial Services Commission, the delay for years on end in dealing with some very serious complaints against some very senior members of the judiciary must be of concern to us as the legislature. Because this issue alone has the potential to seriously undermine the confidence of the public in the judiciary, such confidence being a vital component of judicial independence. In addition, it is to be noted that another more recent issue could be working to compound the possibility that the public could lose some of its confidence and trust in our judiciary. Under the leadership of the current Chief Justice, the judiciary adopted a Code of Conduct in 2012, which clearly determines in Article 12 of the Code that a judge must not, unless it's necessary for the discharge of judicial office, become involved in any political controversy or activity. Chairperson, the provision was clearly included for the benefit of the public rather than individual judges. And while it could constrain the freedom of speech of judges, it must be remembered that it's self-imposed and that the purpose it serves of ensuring that the public has confidence in our judiciary to deal with matters before it in an impartial and objective manner is vital to our constitutional order and the rule of law. In light hereof, it must be questioned whether it could ever be proper for individual judges to express opinions on matters which we all know are the subject of massive political controversy in this country and all over the world, and whether, to put it more bluntly, such statements could ever in any way or form be warranted in order to enable the execution of judicial functions by the judiciary of this country. Chairperson, therefore, in order to perform our constitutional duty to support and protect the judiciary and its independence, the time has possibly come for us as the legislature of this country to respectfully say to the judiciary, embrace the duty to deal expeditiously with matters of discipline of members of our higher courts, and embrace the letter and spirit of the Code of Conduct for judicial officers and the provision barring judges from becoming involved in political controversy. For failure to do so could constitute actions on the part of the judiciary which have the potential to erode the confidence of the public in the judiciary as the bastion of our legal order, which is one of the last things, Chair, we as a country could afford. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Horn. Honorable Ndlozi from the EFF.
Thanks indeed, Honorable Chairperson. When we supported the initial suspension of Ms. L.B. Freeman as a senior magistrate in Moselby, we expressed shock at the depth of her misconduct. Failure to pick up that Ms. Freeman was convicted of theft and sentenced to imprisonment bank in 1993, and that she never disclosed this when applying to be a magistrate is a serious weakness on the part of the department. It is a serious shame that the system allowed a thief to ascend our judicial bench as a magistrate in 2006 and promoted this very thief to a senior magistrate in 2017. It is at the level of the lower courts that most of our people's access to justice is determined. Judges at this level must be beyond reproach as all judges at any level, highly competent and command the highest credibility in the eyes of all our people. It may very well be that one of the key reasons for overcrowding in correctional centers is because our bench is presided over by crooks like Freeman, a serious blight on the administration of justice. Even though Ms. Freeman tendered her resignation belatedly to the Magistrates Commission, it's only right that Parliament officially endorses her removal from office. But we must ask if removal from the bench is enough. The magistrate in question is found guilty of 29 charges relating largely to corruption when she falsely claimed reimbursements for transport. In one instance, she lied that she was driving an A4 with a big engine capacity when in fact she was driving an Uno. In another instance, she lied about attending an inspection in loco when in fact she was not. She did all this lying so as to corruptly benefit from taxpayers' money. Should she not pay back all the false claims that she made, and failure to do so, must she not face imprisonment? Surely removal from the bench is not enough. Let us hope that the NP of Batoyi, which prides itself of fighting corruption, does not have to be told to pursue this case. Let's hope that it will not be telling us of some lack of skills to prosecute such matters. The judge must be brought to the book until the final analysis. The EFF supports the report and further calls on all South Africans never to grow weary of reporting corrupt judges. We must cleanse our benches of all crooks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ndlozi. The IFP, Professor Msimang. Professor, Honorable Msimang. Honorable Sengwa.
Thank you, Honorable.
Okay, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Proceed.
Honorable Chairperson, in an opinion editorial in the Daily Maverick earlier this year, written by Mr. Sibanda, which was aptly entitled, "Why Pay a Lawyer When You Can Buy the Judge?" Corruption in our legal system is a threat to democracy. Serious note must be taken of the ever-growing menace and threat to our democracy by judicial officials. It is right, it is tried knowledge that our courts are final arbiter and check and balance in upholding the rule of law in South Africa. If the very officials who tasked with ensuring that the rule of law is upheld with ensuring that the rule of law is upheld, serious misconduct in execution of her duties, they should not only face immediate suspension pending a full investigation, but additionally, that criminal charges be instituted if warranted. In this matter, we have a senior magistrate, Ms. L.B. Freeman, who was charged with 29 counts of misconduct relating to various acts of dishonesty committed between 2015 and 2017. At her disciplinary inquiry, the presiding officer found Ms. Freeman guilty of all 29 charges of misconduct, and on 12 September 2019, the presiding officer recommended that Ms. Freeman be removed from office. On 12 November 2019, having considered all the relevant documents, the Commission resolved to recommend to the Minister that Ms. Freeman be removed from office on grounds of misconduct in terms of Section 13, subsection 4A1 of the Act. The Portfolio Committee concurred and recommended that the National Assembly resolve not to restore Ms. L.B. Freeman to the office of Magistrate. The IFP supports fully the report and recommendation. I thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. The ACGP, Honorable Swart.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP would firstly like to extend its deepest condolences to the family and friends of Markate Mashlangu, the ACDP NEC member who passed away tragically early this morning from COVID-19. Our thoughts and prayers are with Mamke's family, friends, and other ACDP colleagues at the sad time, and may our Heavenly Father comfort them. Chair, the ACDP supports this report. Clearly, members of the judiciary who are called to dispense with justice must be held to the high standards of integrity, and they must be above reproach. And I think what makes this issue all the more disgraceful is that this was not only one count, but it was 29 counts of misconduct. And I tend to agree with other speakers that believe that whilst we all support the fact that she is not to be restored to office and the efforts of the Minister and the Commission in ending her tenure as a judge, as a magistrate, we do think that there should be some way that these funds be recompensated, and in fact that there should be further criminal investigation into this matter. May we also then, in supporting this view, commend the Commission, the members of the Magistrates Commission, and of course the Quality Assurance Department that does, the unit that does these investigations and prosecutions in disciplinary matters. At this stage, we'd also like to, in fact, thank all magistrates and court officials who are working under very difficult conditions to uphold justice in our nation. We would implore, however, that you try to do as many trials as possible to address the backlogs. And may I just briefly, whilst I appreciate the concerns that are being expressed about political controversy, we must also be very careful not to silence judges from expressing views in their personal capacities. And I think this balance needs to be struck. And that was the intention when we drafted the legislation, and that was also the intention with the Code of Conduct. So I think one needs to strike the right balance in that regard. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Swart. Honorable Sheikh Imam Mansour.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports the report here tabled not to restore Mrs. Freeman to her position. But let me start off by saying, Honorable House Chair, that this is not the first time we have matters of this nature coming before this House. And yes, indeed, as this House needs to be consistent in its approach. And so we are quite satisfied that all the necessary processes have been duly followed in dealing with this issue. But I think what is a matter of concern, Chairperson, is this, that ordinary South Africans expect judicial officers to maintain a very high level of integrity. And now there's a question mark that is being raised on all judgments, that this particular magistrate may have presided over a period of time, because if this magistrate could have gone to, and the charges and the misconduct relating to 29 different counts, and to the extent in which this magistrate has gone, Honorable Chairperson, it questions whether the judgments that you would have given over a period of time, whether there has not been any collusion or any corruption there as well. So I think there needs to be some deeper investigation into it, some criminal investigation into an original appointment. But very importantly, I must agree with my colleagues that we need to recover any monies that the state would have lost as a result of this misconduct and theft or fraud by this officer. But what it does is this, Chair, it leaves a very bitter taste in the minds of ordinary South Africans who go there expecting these officers to be there to mete out justice. And clearly, when one of these officers do what this particular magistrate does, it leaves a lot of question mark on the judiciary itself. But the National Freedom Party is quite satisfied that all processes have been followed, that cannot be retained, and supports this report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Sheikh Imam. Are there other parties that would like to make declarations that are on the platform and were not registered before I call on the ANC? Any other party? If there is none, I'm not coming back to you. I proceed. Honorable Nivo Drachen from the ANC. Yes, may continue. Proceed, ma.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members in the House, and virtually, compatriots. The African National Congress rises in support of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Justice and Correctional Services on the suspension and removal from office of the Senior Magistrate, Ms. L.B. Freeman. The Senior Magistrate and Judicial Head of Mossel Bay District Court, Ms. L.B. Freeman, was found guilty of numerous counts of misconduct relating to dishonesty, in that during the period 2015 to 2017, she made numerous false and or incorrect statements, knowing them to be false and or incorrect, in that she submitted transport and travel claims to the Department of Justice and Correctional Services for payment in respect of kilometers traveled in excess of the actual distance she was entitled to claim for. Number 2, on the 10th of August 2017, she submitted a transport claim for payment, claiming that she on 9 June 2017 conducted an inspection in loco, whilst in truth and in fact no such inspection in loco took place. Number 3, according to a transport claim dated 29 November 2016, she falsely and or incorrectly claimed that she on 8 and 15 November 2016 travelled with her Audi A4 motor vehicle with an engine capacity of 2000 cc, whilst in truth and in fact she travelled with an Uno, which motor vehicle has a lower engine capacity than the Audi A4. Number 4, on the 26th of May 2016, when completing her application form for an appointment as senior magistrate, on a request to list all directorships she holds and or any other interest in business, failed to disclose the fact that she has been registered as an active director and founding member of the Southern Cape Fish Cooperative Limited. And in the aforementioned application, stated that she had never been convicted of a criminal offence, whilst in truth and in fact, she was convicted of theft and sentenced by a court of law. The Magistrates Commission is of the view that the magistrate failed to act with integrity and or failed to act at all times in a manner which upholds and promotes the good name, dignity and esteem of the office of the magistrate and the administration of justice. Initially, Ms. Friedman was provisionally suspended from the office, but now she has been removed from office. And the ANC is of the view that this magistrate's suspension and removal should be confirmed and that she should be criminally investigated for what she has done. There is a high standard which magistrates and judicial officers ought to exercise in dispensing in the dispensing of justice. Their conduct should be beyond reproach. And regrettably, the conduct of Ms. Friedman falls short of this standard. In the words of Chief Justice Mogoeng, all of us serve at the mercy of people of South Africa and serve for the benefit of the people of South Africa. South Africans must hold accountable anyone who does anything unacceptable. It would not be in the interest of justice nor for the benefit of South Africans and all who need to have access to justice services to have Ms. Freeman continue serving in the magistracy. The ANC supports the report.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nevo Drachen. That, honourable members, concludes the report. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the committee, including the recommendations that Senior Magistrate L.B. Freeman be not restored to the office of magistrate? No objections agreed to. Thank you very much. We now go to the second order. I'll ask the Secretary to read.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on communication received from Minister of Communications and Digital Technology on filling of 6 vacancies on Council of Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA.
Thank you very much. I'll call on the chairperson of the committee, Honorable Maneli. You may proceed.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans. In introducing this report of the Committee on Communications, allow me to acknowledge that the report is presented at a time when COVID-19 pandemic is still with us, putting more pressure on institutions like ICASA to do even more in serving South Africans. This report is also presented in a month when the country and the world celebrate the life and legacy of our late first democratically elected president, Utata Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela. Honorable House Chair, this report is necessitated by the referral letter received from the Speaker of the National Assembly dated 7th July 2020, prompted by correspondence received from the Minister of DCDT dated 30th June 2020. That led the committee to schedule a portfolio committee on the 14th of July 2020, which amongst others discussed this referral. Furthermore, on the 13th of July 2020, the Minister addressed 2 further correspondences to the committee on the same matter. The 3 letters from the Minister could be summarized as follows. On the 30th of June 2020 letter, the Minister requested permission from Parliament to fill only 4 vacancies and cited that other candidates did not meet the skill set needed for ICASA Council, of course, without mentioning the 4 names. Then on the other letter that we received on the 13th again of July, the Minister made similar request, but stating that the following 4 names be considered for appointment: Dr. Mudumeng, Mr. Zimri, Ms. Kedama, and Advocate Mkumatela, and the other 2 be handled through another recruitment process. And the last letter would have been on the same day, which brought 2 additional names, Dr. Lewis and Ms. Mushi, in a case Parliament did not accede to the request and wanted to fill all 6 vacancies as per its decision of the 9th June 2020. As stated in the report, the committee is still of the firm view that Parliament rejects the appointment of 4 and that all 6 vacancies be filled, as Parliament would have advertised 6 vacancies as declared by the Minister. The Minister has discretion in law, and Parliament also has a role in the same law. However, it must be stated that the spirit and intent of the law would have not been a protracted back and forth situation, but more compliance to a responsive government in resolving this matter. The committee appreciates that the Minister, having exercised the discretion in considering the 10 names approved by Parliament, as provided for in the ICASA Act, 5 names are agreed to, except for the 6th name of Ms. Mushi on the following grounds. The skills of Ms. Mushi can be seen as can be seen in the report. 5 candidates possess those over and above other skills that they possess, which the committee considered in recommending them. Even though it may be argued that Advocate Mkumatela may have been exposed to a number of state-owned companies, including SAPO, based on his own presentation to the committee, his task was more assessing strategic capabilities of SOCs. The Postal Services expertise was one of the required areas the committee focused on, informed by the ICASA Act, as well as its importance in ICASA as the converged regulator. This therefore makes Mr. Matthews to be the only one with Postal Services expertise who has served at strategic leadership level as a SAPO board member. Hence, the committee still recommends that the Minister be requested to review her submission of Ms. Mushi and appoint Mr. Matthews instead. The committee further believes its recommendations of Dr. Mudumeng, Ms. Yolisa Kedama, Mr. Matthews, Mr. Zimri, Advocate Mkumatela, and Dr. Lewis is in keeping with the principles it applied when it presented to this House on the 9th of June 2020, which are skills and qualifications, current projects undertaken at ICASA, as well as gender and non-racial approach when looking at the council as a collective, and the need to speedily appoint councillors, as ICASA is left with 3 councillors, which may collapse decision-making processes within ICASA. Honorable House Chair, let me conclude by once again thanking committee members for their commitment to the principles as mentioned, which confirm that they chose the country over party politics. Thanks to the support of the staff and legal services of Parliament, who have ensured that committee proceedings did not only meet procedural correctness, but decisions were taken that meet legal standards. Before I sit down, this being a Mandela Month, I hope as parties will be engaging this report in the House, they will still be inspired by the spirit of Tata Mandela and not change the principles depending on who they are dealing with, as that will also cast doubt on whether we deserve to lead the nation or not. The report is presented for consideration, I think.
Yo, Sorry, honorable members. Thank you, Honorable Maneli. There has been a request for declarations. I will now allow the Honorable Vandame from the GA.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I will not mince my words that the actions of Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams in this matter are nothing short of embarrassing. How can it be that a minister seemingly does not understand the simple concept of a separation of powers? Let me explain to you, Minister, through you, Chairperson. Our democracy is built around a system of checks and balances and a separation of powers between the legislature, the executive, and the judiciary. This separation exists in part to prevent these three branches of our state from usurping each other's powers. This means that the executive cannot perform the functions of the judiciary cannot perform the functions of parliament, and similarly, the executive cannot perform the functions of parliament. And the minister attempted to do exactly just that in this matter. She sought to circumvent the work of Parliament and the decisions of this august House regarding the appointment of the ICASA councils. I am grateful that the members of our committee put the Constitution above political affiliation and agreed that the minister must be stopped dead in her tracks. The ICASA Act is very simple. Following an interview process by the Communications and Digital Technologies Committee, the National Assembly approves a list of one and a half more than the number of candidates needed. That list is sent to the minister, and then she in turn recommends back to the committee the number of the names of candidates she proposes serve on the ICASA Council. At no stage in the ICASA Act is the minister allowed to reject a list duly approved by the National Assembly as she sought to do. Chairperson, I considered very carefully whether this was because the minister did not understand the ICASA Act, or was it simply because she believes she's above the law? And I think it is a bit of both. It is frankly quite frightening that a minister in charge of such an important sector does not understand the laws that apply to it. If a person that has been an MP since 2009 and a minister since 2011 does not understand the law, she must be fired. Let us not forget, Chairperson, that at the beginning of lockdown, this was the very same minister who decided that the regulation that we must all stay at home did not apply to her. Millions of South Africans stayed at home. They lost their jobs. They lost their businesses. We hear daily of tragic stories of people who have committed suicide due to the unbearable nature of losing their livelihoods. It was frankly a slap in their faces that this minister got to keep her job. She should have been fired. And it is not merely the fact that she broke the law, but that she put at risk the lives of every single person she came into contact with, not only her staff or that of her family, but also members of the public. Again, I repeat, she should have been fired. And it is not the first time that Minister Stella Ndabeni-Abrahams has thought that the law doesn't apply to her. Just last year during the election, she blocked the SABC from reporting a service delivery protest at an ANC rally. her approach to the SABC continues to be one of a person who does not understand, or either doesn't understand the law or thinks that the law doesn't apply to her. She and her deputy have now sought to dictate to the SABC regarding the retrenchment process. The law is very clear here. The minister, as the representative of the sole shareholder and not a member of the board, does not have the right to act on behalf of the SABC or manage its affairs. The ultimate decision-making power is that of the board and not the minister as a shareholder. Chairperson, the truth of the matter is that if government wants to reap the benefits of a digital economy in South Africa, a sector which is said could raise the GDP by almost $12 billion, you cannot have this minister in charge of the sector. If the ANC is serious about making sure that the digital economy can add jobs to South Africa, Stella must go. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. We now move to the EFF. Honorable Dr. Ndlozi.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. In our support of this report, we must place on record that ours relates to a principal matter relating to the utter condemnation of the minister's unprecedented conduct in relation to the appointment of ICASA councillors, a conduct that must result into her removal from cabinet. We have long warned that ICASA must be founded on Section 191 of the Constitution so as to be treated like other Chapter 9 institutions. In this regard, the Constitution states in this section that the national legislation must establish an independent authority to regulate broadcasting in the public interest. Like the IEC, Auditor General, or the Public Protector, ICASA councillors are not mere appointments. They are charged with securing an important function of our democracy, the regulation of broadcasting. This function is key for accountability and access to information for the general public, as we have seen in relation to COVID-19. Such regulation has to be in public interest and it must be independent, particularly from the executive. When the minister shows preference of who must be appointed and who must not, it is already a significant indicator of interference, creating an impression that those who get appointed do so at the behest of the executive. How then will those councillors' appointment is seen as being at the behest of the executive be independent from the very executive? There are immediate decisions relating to the allocation of spectrum that ICASA must embark on. These decisions will see fundamental changes in the nature of broadcasting in the immediate future. Allocation of spectrum, including other regulatory responsibilities of ICASA, have to be above board and have to be in public interest. The minister's maneuvering act to try and dictate which councillors must be appointed and which ones should not is deeply wrong. Above all, it is an insult to the collective wisdom of Parliament and its processes. To this day, no one can explain how ICASA allowed multi-choice, for an example, through the questionable mass care regulations to fly the SABC on its platforms for over 10 years without paying for its content. We have asked for an independent investigation of how these regulations were passed in the first place. We therefore take this opportunity to reiterate our call to the incoming councillors that they must establish an independent inquiry into how the mass care regulations were passed and in the process robbing the SABC. In addition, there must be an investigation into the payment structure at multi-choice amongst claims that they pay black production companies in Mzansi Magic and Mnet much lower than they do their white counterparts. Furthermore, there must be a collaborative investigation together with the Competition Commission into the pricing structure of broadcasting advertisements. This they must do without any fear or favor or dictation from any member of the executive. And therefore, we reiterate all these calls with the hope that the incoming councillors will conduct their business without any fear or favor and with ultimate resistance to the minister who is constantly, as we've already seen, seeking to interfere in the work of ICASA. We support this report, and indeed, if the president really cares about lawfulness in this country, he should, because of all of what we've indicated, remove Stella Ndabeni or Minister Stella Ndabeni from cabinet altogether, not just as a Minister of Communication. She feels herself above the law, and we don't need such in the cabinet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Thring of the SCDP. Honorable Thring.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Honorable House Chair, the ACDP notes that on the 13th of July 2020, the Minister addressed correspondence to the Speaker of the National Assembly, identifying the names of 6 candidates she intended appointing as councillors to fill the vacancies on ICASA. We support the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee, which, in addition to the 5 approved candidates, includes the appointment of Mr. Zolani Matthews and not that of Ms. Mushi, because of the skill set needed at ICASA. That being said, the ACDP is deeply concerned about the new draft policy proposals gazetted recently by Minister Ndabeni Abrams for the rapid rollout of 5G technology. In the drive for cheaper, faster data and high connectivity, the policy states that electronic communication network services could select, enter, and use land of their choice for the purpose of constructing, maintaining, altering, or removing their networks or facilities. In terms of this draft policy, any infrastructure built on this land would belong to the network which built it, and property owners have been directed to avoid damage to the facilities built on their properties, even if it adversely affects their health. The disputes in terms of this policy are to be dealt with by ICASA. The ACDP believes that granting service providers unfettered access to private property would be a violation of the property owner's constitutional rights. But of greater concern also to the ACDP are the potential health hazards 5G carries. Environmental scientist Laura Taylor, who has extensively researched electromagnetic radiation, stated that no one has declared this new form of radiation safe, and it has barely been tested by the telecoms community internationally. They are flying blind on the health and environmental effects and putting profit before people. She further goes on to say that 5G towers will have to be placed every 500 meters in order to work. They operate at a much higher frequency than previous cell phone technology and will be rolled out on top of existing 1G, 2G, 3G, and 4G networks. This 5G adds to the increasing sandwich of harmful effects to human health and the environment. Already thousands of studies and over 20,000 peer-reviewed papers have shown the harmful effects of the electromagnetic radiation caused by non-ionizing radiation of 5G. The ACDP calls for the immediate cessation of the rolling out of 5G in South Africa until proper health risk analysis have been completed. We cannot have a minister who promotes profit above the health of our citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Sheikh Imam.
Honorable Chairperson, sorry to come in.
Yes.
This thing here, I've got my hand up, perhaps you didn't notice it. The Honorable Majosi was also listed to declare from the IFP.
Oh, Majosi, okay. Unfortunately, it's not here, but I'm going to give everyone who is not on my list an opportunity after I'm done with the list I have before the ANC. The Honorable Sheikh
Thank you very much.
Sheikh Mansour. Honorable Mansour. What happened to Honorable Sheikh Imam? Oh. Unfortunately, they're still logging in. I'm not sure if he is on the, he's not. Do you have you logged in there? Have you logged in? Okay. The IFP, Ms. Majosi. Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Yes.
Yes, I'm here, Chair.
Proceed, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. ICASA is a constitutionally mandated body whose role in our democracy cannot be overstated. The fact that the ICASA Council, the highest decision-making body of the telecommunications sector, could get to a point where only 3 councillors were serving is concerning. This threatens ICASA's ability to make crucial decisions and fulfill its mandate. It is also concerning that in the process of filling these positions, the minister seemed to misunderstand the role of the Portfolio Committee and the National Assembly as a whole. The committee exercised its mandate by following the legislated appointment process and recommending suitable candidates to the minister. The minister's decision to select names outside of the recommended list of appointments suggests a misunderstanding of the relationship between Parliament and Cabinet. The Portfolio Committee is tasked with the recommendation of councillors, not the minister. The IFP recognizes the importance of appointing qualified individuals to these critical institutions. That is why there was a wisdom of the subcommittee and also supported by the Portfolio Committee as a whole. We cannot allow such tendencies and set a precedent of disregarding the wisdom of the Portfolio Committee in recommending the prioritized candidates. We believe it is in the best interest of South Africa for ICASA to effectively spearhead our digital economy's ability to move with the times and to facilitate cybersecurity. To this, a stable ICASA Council is required. The IFP supports the committee's rejection of the minister's request to fulfill only 4 out of 6 vacant positions, such as a critical time. ICASA must meet its deadline to license 4G and 5G suitable spectrum by the end of the year. This would not be possible without the relevant councillors. The IFP accepts the reports. Thank you.
Bana ba o ka mo di backgrounding le ba valele ngale. Any other party that has not registered that wish to make a declaration? Agona motho ke a feta motlhomphegi molala. From the ANC.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable House Chair. Yesterday, the nation bid farewell to the Rivonia treason trial, Talande, Siaparang Wentate Andrew Mukete Mlangeni, who had dedicated his life to the struggle of justice, freedom, and democracy. We are reminded once again that democratic breakthrough we achieved in 1994 and the constitutional order that was established in 1996 were the outcome of heroic struggle led by people like Ntate Mlangeni and other generation of freedom fighters. We continue to draw inspiration from him and the generation of the unwavering and steadfast commitment to the liberation of South Africa. I rise on behalf of the African National Congress to welcome the report of the Portfolio Committee and its recommendation on the communication received from the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies regarding the filling of 6 vacancies on ICASA Council. We cannot look at the process of filling the vacancy in ICASA Council in isolation of where we come from as a country, where we are and where we want to go. The South African nation state was established as a union under the British Crown in 1910, essentially as a white man's country. In terms of its laws, the union was designed to exclude black and African majority from political and social economic life of their country. In the words of the founding Secretary General of the ANC, Solomon Tekiso Blaki, I quote, "Awakening on Friday morning, June 20, 1913, South African native found himself not actually a slave, but a pariah in the land of his birth," I close quote. The victory of the Nationalist Party in 1948, the creation of apartheid state consolidated the exclusion of overwhelming majority of black people in general and Africans in particular into an elaborate system of legal framework. That was the country we inherited in 1994. And some would like us to forget that brutality of colonialism and apartheid, but we are still carrying that terrible legacy in the communications and digital economy. In particular, the legacy of apartheid is still visible and present. The ANC has a mandate from millions of South Africans to transform the communications and digital technologies to the benefit of the majority of our people. We cannot, therefore, allow emergence of digital colonialization and apartheid in this day and age. In the transformation of our economy into what has been coined the fourth industrial revolution, one of the most objectives of government is the availability of high-demand spectrum to expand broadband access and reliability. As the ANC, we believe that broadband infrastructure services and the accessibility of free Wi-Fi are central to the economic inclusion, and ICASA plays a vital role in ensuring that millions of our people in rural and township areas are not left behind as the country makes digital advances. In our own experience of conducting virtual meetings, broadband access is still fundamental. This therefore gives impetus to the need to appoint councillors who will augment the council's capacity to carry out its mandate to serve all our people. Honourable House Chair, the Portfolio Committee complied with the procedural steps to fill the vacancy on the ICASA Council. This includes advertising the vacancy, shortlisting candidates, allowing public participation, conducting interviews, and finally reaching an unanimous decision on the best suitable candidates to be recommended. Furthermore, the National Assembly concluded the process of identifying suitable candidates when it adopted 10 names on the 9th of July 2020. It is in the interest of South Africans on the communication sector that the appointment process of ICASA Council be urgently completed. This will allow for the sustainability and smooth running of the Council and ensure the execution of the crucial tasks that the entity is faced with within the devastating period of COVID-19. These tasks include radio frequency spectrum relief for the duration of declared state of disaster to ease congestion and ensure good quality of broadband services, and enable license to lower cost of access to consumers, particularly in relation to education, emergency, and other social services. We support the appointment of Dr. Kiavetsu Mudimueng, Mr. Peter Zimri, Advocate Lutando Mkumatela, Ms. Yolanda Kedama, Dr. Charles Lewis, and further recommend that the sixth candidate be Mr. ZK Matthews. The candidates reflect the diversity of South African nation as well as the skills and competencies to drive objectives of the Constitution and the Act, and the inclusion of the majority of the people of South Africa. And we therefore stand to support the adoption of this report. Thanks, Chair. House Chair.
Thank you very much. I will now recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that the House adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections, agreed to. I'm now going to ask the Secretary to read the third order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on draft notice determining the remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa.
Thank you. I will now go back and call the Honorable Maneli to introduce the report. Honorable Maneli.
Honorable House Chair.
Yes, do.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable.
Saying the government is holding me against my will. And I'm going.
Honorable House Chair. Honorable members, fellow South Africans, in introducing this report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications on the draft notice determining the remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa, ICASA, this report is presented when the COVID-19 pandemic forces huge sacrifices from individuals in different sectors due to fiscal constraints. ICASA is no exception. Honorable House Chair, we are also presenting this report, as I said, in the month of Tata Mandela and also a day after the funeral of the last Rivonia trialist who are still with us, isithwalandwe saparangwe utata Andrew Mlangeni. All this put together should remind us, especially decision makers, about loyalty to South Africans, service to humanity, and sacrifice to make when faced with challenges as a country and its people. The committee considered the draft notice of the President's determination of salaries and allowances of members of various institutions, including councillors of ICASA, which is in terms of the determination of remuneration of office bearers of Independent Constitutional Laws Amendment Act number 22 of 2014. This Act 22 of 2014 is amended, came into effect on the 1st of April 2019, creates the necessary tools to determine salaries of office bearers of Chapter 9 institutions mentioned in the Constitution. Section 10 of the ICASA Act number 13 of 2000, dictates that salary allowances of councillors of council, in particular subsection 1, the chairperson and other councillors are entitled to the salary allowances and benefits, subsection A, as determined by the President from time to time by notice in the Gazette after taking into consideration the recommendations of the Independent Commission, and B, approved by the National Assembly in terms of section 5. Whilst the Independent Commission for Public Office Bearers gazetted its recommendations on 13 February 2020, Government Gazette number 43019 of 13 February 2020, which recommended that the office bearers be treated like other public office bearers, receiving 1, a 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1.5 million, and 4% for all categories earning below 1.5 million. The President, having taken into consideration the seriousness of the economic challenges and constrained fiscal environment the country is facing, however, proposed 1, a salary freeze for office bearers earning 1.5 and above, a 2.8% adjustment for office bearers earning between 1 million and 1.5 million, a 4.5% adjustment for the office bearers earning below 1 million. The committee concurs with the President on the salary freeze of 0% for the chairperson and councillors of ICASA. Furthermore, the committee impresses on the Minister of the CDT to fast-track the performance management system and performance contracts for ICASA chairperson and councillors, so that in future performance assessment could form part of the motivation for any increases. Indeed, these are times that demand loyalty, service, and sacrifice. This report is presented for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Maneli. There have been declarations, requests for declarations. I will now ask the Honorable Van Dam from the DA to proceed.
Thanks, Honorable Chairperson. The proposed 0% increase for ICASA Council is no doubt one that the President is expecting the people of South Africa to celebrate. But how can they be expected to celebrate such cosmetic changes when corruption continues to run rampant? One would hope that the savings that will be made from not having increases for ICASA councillors would be directed to improving the lives of the people of South Africa. But we all know that they will not. We all know that this money that could be saved will be stolen by cadres who have seen the tragedy of the COVID-19 pandemic as an opportunity to feed at the trough. We know that 1 billion of COVID funds was almost stolen in Gauteng. We know that almost part of the 5 billion of national COVID-19 funds, relief funds, was stolen. We know that the family of the spokesperson of the President was awarded a PPE tender. We know the family of NEC member, Nomvula Mokonyana, was awarded a PPE tender. What we don't know is the rest of the names of the rest of the cadres who have stolen money intended for the people of South Africa, who have lost their jobs, who have lost their businesses, who have lost their lives, and money that could have been used to improve their lives was stolen. So we give a challenge to the ANC today. Tell us exactly who every single one of those cadres are. Tell us what their names are, make those names public, have them suspended while an investigation is conducted, conduct a lifestyle audit, because until then, your words are just empty. So we challenge the ANC to put its money where its mouth is. Wait, we can't ask them to do that. They're already doing that. Let's rather ask the ANC to walk the talk. The president's indication that there will be investigations mean nothing. He campaigned on the basis that he will deal with corruption. But since the beginning of his presidency, nothing has been done to those in his ranks of his party who have continued to steal the money from the people of South Africa. Therefore, Chairperson...
Honorable Litsie, you do that again, you'll be removed from the platform, unless you are not aware that it is muted, but that's a warning. Continue, Honorable Van Dam.
I think iqiniso liyambabela Honorable Letsie, maybe nguye naye futhi ontshontshe imali ye-COVID. Maybe uyashiselwa angazi makaphuza amanzi. Chairperson, while we will support the report for no increases for ICASA councillors, our message is that we know that the ANC has stolen money from the people of South Africa. We know that nothing will happen to them. And the only hope that the people of South Africa have, because I believe the ANC has been given repeated chances to deal with corruption and they have not. The only hope they have is to vote this ANC
may I call
out
a point
of
of order?
And then,
Honorable
thank you, Chairperson.
Van Dam, you're done?
No, it's not a question, it's a point of order.
Yep. Okay, the honorable member is done. Can we take your order?
No, Chairperson, I've got more time.
The order.
You still have time. You still have time.
People won't vote us out of power.
Honorable Malinga, you do that again, you will be out of the platform. Don't do that.
Chair.
I am naming you guys, and I'm not going to warn you again. Honorable Papo, what's your point of order?
The point of order is that once you want Member Tebogo, Litsie, to desist from doing what he was doing, Member Van Damme went on and said, Member Litsie is probably one of the people who have actually benefited from the tenders in Gauteng. Now, I wanted to understand what the issue, what that means, because I don't think if you are calling a member to order, another member must impugn the integrity of another member without any substantive facts.
Okay.
And that's the issue I'm actually, otherwise we're going to have the House used to malign each other on the basis of us actually just suspecting people because we are irritated.
Thank you very much. Let me say this.
Chair, I also rise on a point of order,
yes,
please.
Can I rule first? Let me rule and say, I didn't hear well what was said by the Honorable Van Damme on Honorable Litsie, but I'm going to look into that. But if you have an issue that we know that is in our rules, that if you are implicating a member, you have to submit a substantive motion. But let me say for now, I will look into the Hansard and I will come back to the House and rule on it. Honorable Mazzoni?
Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you,
the
Chair.
Honourable Letsie did not rise on a point of order. He rose on an interjection while the Honourable Van Dam was talking. So he didn't raise a point of order. And the Honourable Van Dam, in the course of debate, which happens in this House, answered him and used the word probably, which is also allowed for in the course of debate.
Thank you very much. Honourable Mazzoni, you heard him well. I did not. As I said, I have ruled on this and I will come back to it. Honorable members on the virtual platform, you don't switch on your mic and respond or debate with the member that is given the platform. That says if you repeat, honorable member, I will take you out of this without any warning. That's what I will do from now. Those that I've called their names. Honorable Van Dam, you still have your minute. Continue. I'm sorry for that long.
No, Chairperson, just to reiterate that the leader of the DA has requested that President Ramaphosa walk the talk, and I reiterate that message here today, that saying that salaries of public servants will not be increased is not enough. You must stop the corruption. You must make sure that those implicated, those who probably stole COVID-19 funds, are suspended. And then it's not enough to suspend them. They must be arrested. They must be found guilty in a court of law. Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you. The Honorable, who is Dino? Akhbara lid me kloa. Ons doen nie daai ding nie. Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me greet the Commander-in-Chief and the Deputy President. South Africa's economic challenges started long before COVID-19. The implementation of budget cuts also started long before COVID-19. For the majority of workers in petrol stations, mines, farms, factories, cleaners in municipalities, security guards, their wages are declining if we take the standard of living into consideration. There are very few senior officials and office bearers of ICASA and other institutions who have enjoyed the benefits of salaries that were in line with the true cost of living. However, the executive is using COVID-19 as a disguise to implement budget cuts, including salary freezes. While for the most senior officials and office bearers, this will not have any immediate impact, for the majority of workers, a budget freeze will only deepen inequality, food, and economic insecurity. As Parliament, at least the opposition parties who are not here to rubber stamp reports, we must stand up and reject austerity measures. The government should not be freezing salaries when the demand in the economy is low and people do not have money. If we do not address this blanket approach of the salary freezes, the whole economy will move from recession to depression. Because when you cut government expenditure, you are cutting government contribution to the economy, and government expenditure is one of the main contributors to the economy. For far too long, the ruling party has used boards of state-owned entities and statutory bodies to deploy unqualified, corrupt, and incompetent comrades, husbands, wives, and children who don't have neither the experience of qualifications or the experience of doing the work itself. A practical and sensible way forward, instead of these senseless salary freezes, which are informed by bankrupt and ideologically misguided austerity policies, is to assess salaries of all senior officials so that there is a detailed review of remuneration. Some are paid salaries as if they are employed full-time when they are not. We must also bridge the gap between the lowest and the highest paid workers. It is through these measures that government expenditure can be measured without a blanket freezing on the livelihoods of people. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Pambo. Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought the global economy to its knees, and the South African economy has not been left untouched. Just last week, the South African Reserve Bank cut the repo rate to 3.5%. This is the lowest it has ever been. The South African Reserve Bank also forecasted a 7% contraction of the economy. Millions of South Africans have been affected.
Babumpumlwana. Vala. If Babumpumlwana vala. Continue,
Madam Madam Chair, on a point of order.
Yeah, that's why Baba Niti Vula, because you are not talking, but your mic is on, and any movement you do next to that gadgets records here as you disturbing. So make sure that you switch off your mic, because it is ticked by any movement or any sound, and it disturbs the person on the platform. So please mute your mics, everybody. I asked you before, members, to check your gadgets. And if there is not that, what do you call that stroke on top of the mic that shows that it's muted, do it now.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Honorable Klengwa.
Madam Chair, when that interruption happened, I think the ICT muted everybody. So Honorable Majosi was not audible from that moment. They muted her as well.
No.
I was requesting if you could allow her to start off. Thanks, ma'am.
Honorable Majosi, oh, she thought she was still speaking. No, we still have time for her. Continue, Honorable Majosi.
Honorable Chairperson, do I start from the start or?
Honorable
because
Majosi.
I was not audible when IT had muted everyone.
Okay, you only spoke according to me for how many? I think some. No, you can't start from the beginning. You had spoken for about 1 minute. 1 minute 60 something, 40 something seconds. I can't calculate that, but you can continue. And sibawa uthulise umntwana loyo ngemva. Sibawa umthulise or uvale umnyango angazwakali, uyazwakala. Qhubeka ma. I will use my discretion.
The South African Reserve Bank also forecasted a 7% contraction of the economy. Millions of South Africans have been affected, and at least 1.7 million jobs have been lost since the beginning of the national lockdown. We have seen reports of retrenchments and companies closing their doors because the pandemic effectively prevented them from continuing with their business. As members of the National Assembly, we must participate in the collective fight against the effects of the pandemic, but also take into consideration that we must also fight against the pandemic of mismanagement of funds and corruption taking place in the government. This applies to members of all other constitutionally established institutions, including the Independent Communication Authority of South Africa. The IFP acknowledges the precautions situations our economy is in and supports the recommendation gazetted by the President regarding the remuneration of ICASA councillors and other officials. The IFP believes the consultation with all the relevant stakeholders, including ICASA and the Minister, were bona fides, a salary freeze for those ICASA office bearers who are currently earning 1.5 million and above, and the recommended adjustments for those in the lower salary brackets allow for sustainable remuneration. At the same time, the adjustment reflects the recognition of the roles played by the concerned individuals. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thokoza Mhlonishwa. Mhlonishwa String. ACDP.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The ACDP offers its sincere condolences to our ACDP NEC member, Mrs. Ketumetse Mahlangu, who was called home to be with the Lord early this morning. Our prayers and sympathies are with her and family at this time. The ACDP is cognizant of the fact that Section 219, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that national legislation must establish frameworks for determining the salaries, allowances, and benefits of judges, public protector, auditor general, and members of any commission provided for in the Constitution, including the Broadcasting Authority referred to in Section 192 of the Constitution. Section 10 of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa Act 2000 dictates that salary allowances and benefits of councillors of the council are firstly determined by the President from time to time by notice in the Gazette after taking into consideration the recommendations of the Independent Commission, and secondly, must be approved by the National Assembly. The ACDP is aware that the Independent Commission recommended that the office bearers be treated in line with other public office bearers who receiving a 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1.5 million and 4% for all categories earning below 1.5 million. However, we are living in a period where some 3 million South Africans are going to be added to the ranks of the unemployed due to our current economic crisis, not just caused by COVID-19, but years of looting during the state capture years. It will be a slap in the face of many suffering South Africans if we go about salary increases as if there is no economic crisis. The ACDP will support the proposals for the salary freeze for ICASA office bearers earning above 1.5 and a 2.8% adjustment for office bearers earning between 1 to 1.5 million and a 4.5 adjustment for office bearers earning below 1 million. But the ACDP believes that as a result of years of financial and political mismanagement, the chickens have now come home to roost, and under the ruling party, more salary freezes can be expected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Ntate Sheikh Imam, Honorable Sheikh Imam Mansour.
Sheikh.
Ulahlekile ubaba Sheikh. Any other party that we did not register that wishes to make a declaration? None. Honorable Mulan. Ivale baba.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I rise again on behalf of the African National Congress to support the Portfolio Committee on Communications and Digital Technologies on the draft notice determining the remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa. The ANC is guided by the principle to enhance the capacity of ICASA to execute its mandate to regulate the telecommunications, broadcasting and postal services in the Republic. The ANC believes that in South Africa and in the continent of Africa, technologies such as artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things have the potential to offer a new vision for economic growth, innovation, development, and human well-being. These technologies have the potential to solve a host of business and societal challenges, from providing better healthcare and basic services to creating more efficient government services delivery, and helping business to become more intelligent enterprise that drive growth and prosperity. A study conducted by Accenture reveals that in South Africa, digital technologies can generate more than 5 trillion in value for various industries, consumers, and society over the next decade. The deployment of digital technologies in key industry sectors such as agriculture, public infrastructure administration, and financial services and manufacturing can contribute to growth and development. In the province of Gauteng, for instance, government has invested in rollout of broadband to peripheral and deprived communities. The objective is to mitigate the danger of digital exclusion and digital inequality in an already economically unequal society. The reality is that South Africa is one of the countries with the highest access to cell phones, technology, and internet connectivity in the developing world. With a well-coordinated policy framework across the 3 spheres of government and the private sector, these technologies could have a much more positive impact on the gross domestic product, business environment, and quality of life for citizens of our country. The demand for digital skills in the economy is expanding, and government, and working together with major technology companies and universities, has committed to training millions of young people in this regard. Through partnership between national and provincial local government stakeholders such as MICT, CETA, the technology companies such as Telkom, Cisco, Vodacom, MTN, Google, and Microsoft, among others, thousands of young people have been trained in data science and related skills. This includes cloud computing, digital content production, 3D printing, drone piloting, cybersecurity, and software development. The role of ICASA is to provide high-demand spectrum, has a huge impact on such initiatives. ICASA is working towards the permanent assignment of spectrum through auction at the end of this year. It is also working to ensure that the assignment of spectrum is set aside for the wireless open access network, and that is due for completion next year. The ANC applauds the entity that has managed to facilitate the temporary release of high-demand spectrum for the duration of the national state of disaster, in order to ease network congestion, maintain good quality of broadband services, and enable licenses to lower cost of access to consumers. It is against this background that the ANC support the remuneration of ICASA as set out in Section 10 of the Independent Communications Authority of South African Act. The Act provides that the chairperson and other councillors must be paid such allowance and be entitled to such benefits as the minister may determine with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance. To this effect, the chairperson and other councillors has been fixed at entry levels of Director Generals and Deputy Director General in government respectively. Requests for a higher notch that were made by previous councillors have not been approved through the fact that performance agreements had not been entered into with the Minister of Communication and Digital Technologies. However, the department is reviewing the performance management system of ICASA councillors, and this will impact on the review of financial incentives for the chairperson and other councillors. The PMS will make it possible to manage individual and collective performance of the chairperson and councillors in line with the relevant legislation. ICASA is also currently experiencing budgetary constraints due to its budget being reduced to National Treasury reprioritization of funds, and National Treasury not being able to allocate additional funding due to fiscal constraints. On the basis of the above, therefore, ANC concurs with the President's determination of a salary freeze for the chairperson and other councillors until these matters are addressed. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulala. Are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications, which recommends the approval of the draft notice determining the remuneration of councillors of the Independent Communications Authority of South Africa? No objections agreed to. I will now ask the Secretary to read the fourth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Communications on filling of 4 vacancies on the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board.
Thank you. I will now call on the Honorable Maneli to introduce the report.
Honorable House Chair, honorable members, fellow South Africans, in introducing this report of the Portfolio Committee on Communications on the filling of vacancies on the Media Development and Diversity Agency, MDDA Board, allow me to acknowledge in this period of the COVID-19 pandemic that MDDA continues to play a critical role in complementing the national public broadcaster, the SABC, by ensuring community broadcasting and print media, which ensures the voiceless are heard. The committee, in response to a referral from the acting Speaker of the National Assembly on a letter dated 4th November 2019, communicating a request to fill 4 vacancies in the MDDA from the Minister in the Presidency, the committee initiated the recruitment processes in line with the provisions of the MDDA Act, Act number 14 of 2002. Throughout the process, both the subcommittee created to run the process and the main portfolio committee, they have been united across party lines in ensuring a fair and legal process of recruitment. The The following are a few observations to make. The committee was satisfied that quite a number of candidates who came before the committee were skilled and talented South Africans. That the candidates reflected the demographics of the country, and their performance in the interviews also reflected that those that were finally recommending have earned their positions in the recommended list. The MDDA board needs members who will reposition the MDDA back to its days of glory, and therefore see the recommended list which reflects capable and fit for purpose candidates who will be able to perform this task of repositioning the MDDA. The committee is also united on the need to speedily appoint in the vacancies of the MDDA, given that they have the struggle to correct in meetings, and this has compromised some of the important projects MDDA needs to carry out in ensuring local participatory democracy is strengthened through community broadcasting and print media. The committee unanimously recommends that the National Assembly approves its recommendation for the President to appoint the following 4 candidates to serve on the MDDA board in terms of Section 4, Subsection 1A of the MDDA Act, Act number 14 of 2002. That is Mr. Hlengani Matebula, Ms. Brenda Leonard, Ms. Andiswa Ngcingwana, and Ms. Marina Clark. The report, Honorable House Chair, is presented for consideration. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There's been a request for declaration. I will allow Honorable Mackenzie from the DA to continue.
Thank you, House Chair, and good afternoon. The Media Development and Diversity Agency is the statutory body tasked with promoting and ensuring that South Africa's media landscape is pluralistic in ownership and diverse in content. It does this by providing support and help to developing community and small commercial media operations around the country. The importance of community media as a source of information, education, and entertainment cannot be underestimated. Community media talks directly to smaller groups of people who might otherwise be ignored by larger mainstream broadcasters and publishing operations. It can engage specific communities on issues directly affecting them in a language and format they can understand and interact constructively with. In so doing, community media does important work in creating an informed citizenry in South Africa who are able to effectively participate in issues, including political ones, that impact their lives in a free and democratic society. It strengthens our democracy and the democratic freedoms enshrined in the Bill of Rights, including freedom of speech and freedom of expression. Yet it is precisely these freedoms that are so often so threatening to autocratic governments or political parties who seek to dominate an open media environment in order to push a partisan or particular narrative. It is in this light that we consider the appointment of these 4 MDDA directors, which comes at a time when media freedom and journalists tasked with promoting and defending it are under threat all over the world. On Monday, for example, China's internet censors blocked access to a statement by the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation on its WeChat platform without providing any reason for doing so. It effectively censored the internet. The statement, a right of reply, followed the Chinese state media's accusation, including that made by the People's Daily, that the Hong Kong and Shanghai Banking Corporation lied about Huawei during a US Department of Justice investigation. Closer to home, in Zimbabwe, journalist Hopewell Chinona was arrested at his home 2 weeks ago for reporting on corruption allegedly involving President Mnangagwa's son. According to the Zimbabwe authorities, however, Hopewell was ostensibly planning a coup. Now, I'm not sure how he would have carried out this so-called coup with his army of pens and notebooks ranged against automatic rifles and armored vehicles, but he now sits silenced in a prison cell. On the 7th of April, community radio journalist Ibrahimo Abu Mbaruko was detained by military forces at a roadblock in northern Mozambique. Mbaruko hasn't been seen since. Despite desperate pleas from his family and friends, no Mozambican state agency is prepared to reveal his whereabouts. Mbaruko has simply disappeared. And disgracefully, here at home, a charge of intimidation has just been laid against a member of this honorable House. This honorable member is alleged to have threatened to shoot Sunday World reporter Ngwako Malachi and, I quote, kick his testicles, after Malachi asked Mr. Mamabolo for his version of an incident concerning him. The opportunity to present your side of the story is one of the obligations placed on responsible journalists by the press code, and behavior of this sort against members of the media must stop immediately. There is no call for it. There is no room for it in a free democracy where rights are upheld and respected. And to see it exercised in this way by a member of this House is doubly shocking. Arrest, detention, and harassments of journalists is totally unacceptable in any free country. And to see it surface in our democracy would shock even the president himself, I'm sure. These actions have been roundly condemned by the South African National Editors Forum, and I trust all freedom-loving members of this House will do likewise. These democratic freedoms we enjoy today are precious, and it is the duty of all of us here to safeguard them. With all of this in mind, the Democratic Alliance feels confident that the 4 candidates selected to serve as MDDA board members possess the right mix of skills, governance experience, and media exposure to add considerable value to this entity as it continues its important work. We trust they too will place the emphasis on media freedom, together with diversity, at the top of their agenda as they take up their seats on the board of the agency at this very critical time in our country's history. And in stark contrast to Minister Zulu's earlier statement today that the DA, and I quote, hates the ANC, I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the chairperson, fellow members from all parties in the committee for the spirit of cooperation that accompanied these deliberations. For this reason, we support the report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mackenzie. Honorable Pambo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The Media Development and Diversity Agency as an agency exists to ensure grassroots development of the media and broadcast space.
Chairperson.
Its main aim is to...
Honorable Pambo, please wait.
I'm sorry to disturb the Honorable Pambo. I'm writing on a point of order, ma'am.
Yes, Honorable
The
Mulder.
Honorable Pambo forgot to greet the Commander-in-Chief.
That Honorable Pambo, continue. That's not a point of order, Honorable Mulder. Continue, Honorable Pambo.
Its main aim is to ensure diversity and representation of local print and digital media and securing funding for smaller media entities, facilitating capacity building and uplifting previously disadvantaged communities to participate in the media space. The filling of the vacancies of the board of MDDA by the current individuals does not serve in these interests, and the EFF rejects the 4 individuals appointed to fill the 4 vacancies. Nowhere has there been an indication historically and in the present that those who have served in the Council of MDDA have championed these values and developed local print, radio and digital media. Instead, the MDDA has become a farce of an institution whose leadership is appointed through a predetermined process, much like many important institutions such as the National Youth Development Agency, which today is littered by board candidates with an ANC background, including a spokesperson in the Ministry of the Presidency, Nongceba Mhlaudi. The ruling party's main concern is to spread its tentacles into all strategic sectors of society in order to pursue patronage and promote cronyism at the expense of development and progress. Local radio, print and digital media, local radio, print and digital media is dwindling into insignificance, and there is centralized control over the dissemination of information in the media space. There is no tangible investment in young people within communities to rise within the ranks of community media into the commercial space, and the sector is not producing fresh talent as a result of lack of investment. The MDDA must not be turned into yet another front for the leeching of state money under the guise of being a developmental agency. There are thousands of talented young graduates within journalism, graphic design, content development, camera operators, and performance arts who need avenues to access funding and enhance their skills to enter the job market. Ironically, a supposedly grassroots institution such as the MDDA are inaccessible to these very young people and communities it exists to develop. The appointment of this new board will do nothing to change this reality and is simply a performance of due diligence. The EFF rejects the appointment of the 4 individuals to the MDDA and rejects the report. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And to that grandchild of Fairfoot, this is not a parliament for the children of Fairfoot.
Thank you. Honorable Majosi. Honorable Majosi.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. The Media Development and Diversity Agency is an important vehicle for the upliftment and integration of previously disadvantaged communities. The vital role of this state agency is to empower local communities that have been excluded from the democratic ideal of access to information. Community media is at the center of community-based issues and information. Local media outlets, such as community newspapers and radio stations, offer additional support for local business and insights into community activities. Furthermore, local agencies assist in bridging the knowledge gap, language barriers, and access to information. However, in South Africa, these outlets are poorly established and funded, which requires the MDDA's support in assisting their sustainability and growth. With the responsibility of supporting often under-resourced and disadvantaged local media outlets, the MDDA will stand on the side of sound governance to ensure its maximum effectiveness. The board of the MDDA must always seek to protect and uplift the local communities and place communities' interests before their own. Equally, they must ensure and audit the work of the MDDA to develop its role in terms of efficiency and effectiveness. Its primary target is to ensure that all funds allocated to it are properly managed and used to achieve maximum effectiveness in reaching local communities' interests. Unfortunately, the MDDA will be painted with the same brush and suspicions in the current public discourse when it comes to governance mismanagement of funds. Therefore, this board's task is to display a willingness and transparency and the unwavering resolve of committed and good governance and consequence management. With such an important mandate, Parliament's role is in overseeing the appointment of the board must ensure that values of good governance, consequence management, and proper financial management emanates from the highest level. In this regard, the committee collectively placed its confidence in Mr. Hlengani Mathebula, Ms. Brenda Leonard, Ms. Andiswa Ngwan, and Ms. Marine Clark to carry out the MDDA's mandate. The IFP wishes to record its support for the report. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Majosi. The Honorable Thring.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. The ACDP believes that the Media Development and Diversity Agency has a crucial role to play in transforming the media space in South Africa. This statutory agency is responsible for promoting and ensuring media development and diversity in South Africa, working with the South African government and other major print and broadcasting companies in the country. The mandate of the MDDA, amongst others, is to create an enabling environment for media development and diversity, which reflects the needs and aspirations of all South Africans, including redressing the exclusion and marginalization of disadvantaged communities from access to the media and the media industry. Honourable House Chair, the ACTP is aware that the Portfolio Committee on Communications, having considered the request from the Minister in the Presidency, Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in respect of the 4 MDDA board vacancies, appointed a subcommittee of 7 members based on proportional representation in the National Assembly to oversee the appointment process of the 4 candidates. After shortlisting 20 candidates, the subcommittee unanimously and hopefully chose those 4 most competent candidates to the MDDA board. The ACDP wishes these incoming board members well and trust that as they endeavour to fulfil their mandate to redress the exclusion and marginalization of the disadvantaged communities from access to the media and media industry, they will also pursue the principles of high-quality, independent journalism that supports a culture of transparency and development in government, human rights, and the economic prosperity of all South Africans. In conclusion, the ACDP calls on the MDDA candidates and the general media at large to expose the cowardly and the brutal acts of Islamic jihadists by reporting on the burning of churches and the kidnapping of young girls, the beheading of people by Islamic jihadists, where Bishop Luis Lisboa of Mozambique's Pemba Diocese revealed that more than 200,000 people have been displaced by this violent insurgency. I thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Thring. The Honorable Sheikh Imam, still not on the platform. Any other party that wish to make a declaration?
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Okay, continue.
Al-Jamal.
Yes, continue, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The last speaker and obviously got his facts wrong. Those people in Mozambique are agents of Israel and are agents of America. They're not Islamic jihadists. And he must be very careful on making such statements in the 6th Parliament. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Member.
House Chair, on a point of order, is that a threat towards the Honourable Thring or what? What does he mean by he must be very careful about making such statements in Parliament? I would ask that you rule on that.
God will punish him. He meant God will punish him.
House Chair, I'm still busy. I'm still busy. But if it is a threat, I would ask that he withdraws it immediately.
I will be advised. I didn't hear any threat, but I'll be advised and I'll come back to the House. But, okay. No other party? Honourable Kukubeka?
On a point of order, House Chair.
Honourable Thring, thank you very much.
It's Honourable Thring.
Oh.
A point of order, House Chair.
Okay.
House Chair, it appears as if I've touched on some sore point with the member from Al-Jamal making the comments that he has made.
Honourable Thring, please.
But certainly we call on him to withdraw those particular statements.
I'm not going to allow you to continue on with that. We are not going to allow you to continue. Honourable Paulsen, please, mute. I can handle this. Honourable Kubeka, please continue.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Minister of the DCT, honourable members. I have been mandated by the glorious movement of the masses of South African people, the African National Congress, to adopt the report and recommend of the Portfolio Committee of Communications and Digital Technologies. The report before the House today speaks to the process of filling 4 vacancies of the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. This process is vital for the stability of the MDDA and will enhance the entity's capacity to carry out its mandate to serve our people. The As the ANC, we believe that the program of transformation in the broadcasting and media industry is one of the most critical objectives of our government and the people of South Africa. While we recognize the significant strides that have been made, it is a fact that the patterns of control and ownership in South Africa mainstream media still reflect largely the race, gender, and colors, 16% Indian and 2% of non-South Africans. This therefore means that views, lived experiences, perspectives, languages, and values of the majority of South Africans are not reflected in the major newspapers, radios, and television programs. It is against this backdrop that the Media Development and Diversity Agency was established by an Act of Parliament in 2002, MDDA Act number 14 of 2002. The ANC believes that the media are essential in the project of nation building as they inform, educate, entertain, and provide platforms for dialogue that is necessary for democratic discourse. Diverse views and opinions, coupled with diverse sources of information, empower the enriched citizens to participate in a people's-driven democracy. We are guided by the wise words of our icon, President Oliver Reginald Tambo, who said, I quote, "It is our responsibility to break down barriers of division and create a country where there will be neither whites nor blacks, just South Africans, free and united in diversity." While it can be argued that print media is slowly phasing out due to digitalization, as the ANC, we are of the view that print media will remain even in the digital environment. For this reason, its transformation should remain a priority. The mandate of MDDA specifically includes the provision to encourage ownership and control as well as access to media by historical disadvantaged communities and historical diminished indigenous language and cultural groups. As a result, in its funding support of community and small commercial media projects, the MDDA applies a stringent set of criteria in order to identify those projects which priority is to change the material conditions in provinces and communities plagued by social and economic inequalities. Community media has been at the center of education and awareness of the novel coronavirus. It is through community media platforms that our people in townships and deep rural areas of the country have been able to access the necessary information on how to curb the spread of this virus. During this period, the MDDA has been able to disperse 10 million to 116 community broadcasters and 115 community and SCM publications in 45,000 relief packages per station, per publishers in its first phase of relief funding disbursement. The Emergency Relief Fund was approved by the board of the MDDA in recognition of the critical and essential services played by the community and SCM sector in information, news, and content dissemination. The sector is facing severe pressure as a result of the economic impact of the national lockdown and subsequent loss of advertising revenue, while there is also an urgent need to minimize the safety risk to media project personnel during this period. The second phase of the Emergency Relief Fund was aimed mainly at the assisting community media and SCM project with operational costs. Honorable Chairperson, the ANC is committed to support the MDDA in its effort to empower community and small commercial media, including efforts to prevent the takeover of community newspapers by the big companies. Ours is to encourage the media sector that reflects diversity and inclusivity. We are of the firm view that the appointment of the 4 candidates, namely Mr. Hlengane Mathebula, Ms. Brenda Leonard, Ms. Andiswa Ngengwana and Ms. Marina Clark will augment the work of the MDDA. With these candidates, the committee feels that they would support the ANC government in its endeavor for continue to support and uplift the work of the MDDA in order to make meaningful impact in creating an enabling environment for media development and diversity. This will be done as an end game in mind that allows public discourse to flourish, and where a diverse, vibrant, and creative media flourishes and reflects the needs and aspirations of all South Africans. The ANC supports the committee report. I thank you very much, Chairperson of the House.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Kubeka. The question before the House, honorable members, is that Mr. Hlengani Matebula, Ms. Brenda Leonard, Ms. Andiswa Mqingwana, Ms. Maria Clark be recommended for appointment to the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. Are there any objections?
I'm sorry, House Chair, just a point of order.
Honorable Mackenzie, what's the point of order?
Thank you, House Chair. I was just listening as you read the names and you called out Miss Maria Clark. I believe her name is Marina.
Marina.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Let me read again. Hlengani Matebula, Mr. Hlengani Matebula, Miss Brenda Leonard, Miss Andiswa Mqingwana, Miss Marina Clark be recommended for appointment to the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. Are there any objections? No objection.
No.
Honorable Bongo, are you talking? No.
He's having a massage.
Okay.
I was saying no objection, Honorable Chair.
Okay. No objections. Mr. Hlengani Matebula, Miss Brenda Leonard, Mr. Hlengani Matebula, Miss Brenda Leonard, Miss Andiswa Mqingwana, and Miss Marina Clark are accordingly recommended for appointment to the Media Development and Diversity Agency Board. The names of the persons recommended for appointment will be forwarded to the President. Thank you very much. Can I ask to just come and do here so that we allow the Honorable Danji to to continue? Can you just, Honorable Danji?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Thank you very much for your hard work. Good afternoon, Honorable members. The Secretary will read the fifth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on appointment of Executive Director of Independent Police Investigative Directorate.
I will now call upon the Honorable Tina Jumat Peterson to introduce the report from the virtual platform. Honorable Peterson.
Honorable Chairperson,
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, the ANC rises to move in support of the consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police on the appointment of Ms. Jennifer Dikeledi-Ntlhaseng to the position of the Executive Director of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate. We value the independence of IPID. We hope to make sure that the IPID has a new amendment bill that deals with the independence of IPID as far as the appointment of the Executive Director. The committee was unanimous in its decision that the IPID Act needed to be amended. The Minister of Police brought the nominee to Parliament even though the stipulated period of 1 year as required by the IPID Act had lapsed. The Minister of Police will provide an extensive report on the reasons for this delay. However, we are also satisfied that the Minister kept the committee informed of the process and the difficulties encountered with not finding a suitable candidate. I am pleased to report that the Portfolio Committee has been able to agree to the nomination of the Minister of Police. It is about time that we have a woman who has the mandate of overseeing the actions by the SAPS and the municipal police that is predominantly made up of men, Malibongwe. We know that we are in a better place by having made this appointment. We have noted during our deliberations that the committee would be better placed to interview the candidates. We want to make sure that Parliament has the last say when it comes to accountability of the executive. Our role is to ensure that the best candidates are appointed to the oversight mechanisms, and we believe that we have made the best possible appointment. Honourable Chairperson, the need for a strong leader at the helm of IPID has never been more important in this time of lockdown and the reports of police abuse. This has brought IPID into the spotlight, and we are confident that despite the threats of court action, we shall succeed and we shall prevail. Our decision to make an appointment was made in the knowledge that IPID should have a permanent head, and that the period that we took was far too long to appoint this head. We are now much confident that IPID will be in a position to fulfill its mandate. The Minister informed the committee that the process of finding a suitable candidate had been tedious and long. The search took much longer, and the applicants could not be found. Those who applied could not fulfill the requirements. After a second round of advertising, they could also not find a suitable candidate. The panel, then the Minister decided that he would write to the Speaker of the National Assembly requesting an extension by April 2020. The Minister appointed a company to proceed with the headhunting process. 24 people were invited to submit their CVs, and a short list of 5 candidates were presented to the Minister, of which 3 candidates were shortlisted for interviews. We have had objections from 2 political parties to the appointment, but 4 parties concurred and supported the appointment. Honourable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee, having successfully discharged its statutory obligation in terms of the Act, consequently requests that this House supports the report and communicates to the Executive on this matter. We congratulate Ms. Jennifer Dikeledi-Ntlhaseng. We wish to thank the legal team of Parliament and the rest of the parliamentary staff for their professional support and legal advice during this process. I thank you. Nkosi kakhulu.
Thank you, Honourable Jumat Peterson. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I now recognize Honourable Whitfield from the DA.
Thank you very much, House Chairperson. Since he finally became free of that pesky IPID bloodhound Robert McBride, who was sniffing around in all the right places, Minister Cele repeatedly promised to nominate an executive director of IPID. He knew he was being taken to court, yet he continued to announce that he, as Minister of Police, would nominate a suitable executive director for the police watchdog. He promised Parliament that he would bring the name of a suitable candidate to the Police Committee in November 2019. He failed. He refused to review the nomination processes so that Parliament could shine light on a process being conducted by the executive in a dark corner behind closed doors. He knew he had 1 year to nominate the IPID head because that is what the law says. And we learned from yesterday's plenary that the minister is a fan of the law. Allow me to remind the minister of what he said just yesterday. He said, there are laws in this country and we follow those laws. Until those laws are changed, nothing is going to be changing. Nice words from the minister. However, he broke the law when he allowed the nomination period to lapse. You don't get to pick and choose which laws you follow and which laws you don't. The IPID law, the IPID Act, also known as the law, says in the case of a vacancy, the minister must fill the vacancy within a reasonable period of time, which period must not exceed 1 year. It does not say he may or he should, it says he must. When he failed to meet the deadline, the minister wrote to the Speaker of Parliament begging for an extension, and he was denied because the law is the law. In her letter, the Speaker said, and I quote, "As the minister is no doubt aware, as a national legislative authority, Parliament has an obligation to abide by the laws it passes. That the vacancy remains unfilled since becoming vacant in February 2019 is, on the face of it, a breach of the Act," end quote. Legal advice to the committee echoed the Speaker's opinion, and yet the committee went ahead to rubber stamp the appointment of the minister's nominee. The DA repeatedly urged the committee to consider a review of the IPID Act before assenting to the minister's nominee so that we could fix the process and ensure transparency and accountability in the nomination of the head of this critically important independent agency. We also warned the committee in writing that the minister was in contravention of the Act. Instead of doing its job like the Communications Committee, which understands its duty to uphold the law and hold their minister to account, the majority of members of the Police Committee decided to put its blind faith in Minister Cele, putting the cart before the horse and the ANC before the Constitution. How can the public, the police, or this Parliament have any faith in a process shrouded in secrecy led by a former National Police Commissioner and Minister to whom the police report? Throughout this process, the minister has wanted to be judge, jury, and executioner. He succeeded, and Parliament has failed. The DA does not support this report.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Msane from the EFF, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, Section 6, subsection 5 of the IPID Act states the minister must fill the vacancy of the Executive Director of the Independent Police Investigative Directorate within a reasonable time not exceeding a year. It is now almost 18 months since Robert McBride was removed from office. We hear the excuses the minister tabled at the Portfolio Committee about not finding suitable candidates amongst those who applied. The reality is that IPID was left rudderless for almost 18 months. And in that period, we have seen an escalation on the number of cases of police brutality across the country. We have seen police abusing their power and assaulting people unprovoked during the lockdown. We have seen reports of police targeting and killing people in their sleep in the Eastern Cape. All these cases need an IPID that has strong leadership as well as institutional autonomy. We know for a fact that the Minister of Police is a former Commissioner of Police and that he may be uneasy with having a stronger IPID that is able to hold police to account. But the reality of the brutality of the police is a matter that transcends the narrow biases of the minister. It directly concerns the rule of law in this country and requires institutions that are able to enforce the rule of law, even when that is against the interests of the executive. The IPID is such an institution, and it requires bold leadership that is steeped in the knowledge of the law and is not obsessed with pleasing the powers that are in the police. It requires leadership that is able to lead a competent team of investigators to systematically eliminate all the criminal and rotten elements in the police. We have no reason to believe that Dikeledi Nkatseng is not such a leader. We have undying faith in the ability of an African woman to lead with uncompromising clarity institutions of the state mandated to uphold the law. The EFF supports the appointment of Ms. Nkatseng, and we urge her to leave no stone unturned in pursuing the mandate of the IPID. Under her, we expect a more independent IPID focused only on ensuring that the police uphold the law. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nsani. I now recognize Honorable Majosi from the IFP.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. While the IFP welcomes the long-awaited appointment of an executive director of IPID, as stated even in the budget vote, we remain concerned about the process surrounding Ms. Nkatseng's appointment. The first point of concern is that despite the prescribed 12-month period for the appointment, the minister took well over a year to complete the process with insufficient reason. This left a leadership gap at one of the most important constitutional institutions. Secondly, in the wake of the legal battle surrounding the removal of the previous incumbent, it is worrying that the minister continues to play such a fundamental role in both the nomination and appointment process of the executive director. Despite Parliament's constitutional mandate to exercise oversight and hold the executive to account, the Portfolio Committee on Police was not given a chance to participate in the process. Given where we were not given an opportunity to meet or interview the candidate and had to rely solely on information provided by the minister. The IPID is an institution whose role in cementing our constitutional democracy is critical. IPID must remain independent from all potential political interference. The current legal framework does not effectively protect the institution from this. This brings me to my final point. Despite the recent amendment of the IPID Act, the law does not do enough to guarantee the IPID's independence from the minister and party politicization. The IFP calls for the further amendment of the Act to reflect Parliament's constitutional oversight duty and to further guarantee IPID's independence. The IFP accepts the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Geleentheid aan Agbare Groenewald van die FF+.
Dankie, agbare voorsitter. Chair, firstly, we should ask ourselves, why do we have an IPID? And it is exactly what the name says. It is an independent police investigative directorate. That means that IPID is the watchdog for the public against the misuse of power by the South African police services. Therefore, IPID is very important to the people of South Africa, because if you are mishandled by the South African police services, or when you have a complaint against the South African police services, then you can go to IPID, who have to investigate what the real facts are and to ensure that if it is necessary, that disciplinary action is taken against those people in the police services that is actually behaving not correctly, but is guilty of misconduct. Therefore, it's most important that the executive director must be a person objective, not be able to manipulate it by the South African police services. Here we have a situation where the minister comes forward, and yes, it is according to the Act that the minister must nominate one. And the question I have, Honourable Chair, is how do I know that she is the correct and the best candidate. And the reason I'm asking that is that we have received a shortlist, or let me say rather, a list of candidates of 24 names. Of those 24 names, I saw names with good qualifications, but they were rejected because they did not have investigative experience. But this appointment herself has no investigative experience, but she is appointed. Die Vryheidsfront Plus het ook 'n verdere probleem. Die curriculum vitae wat voorgelê was in die komitee het gesê dat die persoon het net werk tot einde April 2017 gehad. Volgens die CV was hy daarna werkloos. Ons kan nie so 'n persoon ondersteun nie, voorsitter, want dit wil voorkom asof sy gemanipuleer gaan word deur die minister van polisie en dit gaan haar objektiviteit beïnvloed en is nie in die beste belang van die publiek van Suid-Afrika om hulle waghond onder die leiding van iemand te hê wat gemanipuleer kan word nie. Ek dank u.
Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. I now invite Honorable Swart from the DA, from the ACDP. Apology.
Whoa. Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, the poet Juvenal correctly asks, quis custodiet ipsos custodes? Who will guard the guards themselves? If IPID is tasked with guarding the guards as a watchdog, it is critical that IPID must be independent and properly resourced. And we see the filling of this vacancy against the failure to renew the contract of Mr. Robert McBride and the issue playing itself out before the Zondo Commission right this today, these past few days. At a time during the lockdown, when the police misconduct and abuse is particularly rife in the country, the appointment of a new director of IPID should and must be done with great care. And while the ACDP appreciates that the Minister embarked on an extensive process, even making use of a recruitment company to shortlist the candidates to consider the nomination of the incumbent, the ACDP does have questions, as raised by the Reverend Kenneth Meshwe himself, who asked about her lack of investigative experience in police misconduct and abuse matters. And we also understand that other candidates were not shortlisted or appointed due to their lack of investigative experience. And so concerns about the head of IPID being manipulated by the minister are well-founded. It is critical that we also need to be aware that there are a number of generals even being investigated, besides many other police officers. And an additional concern is the appointment, as other speakers have pointed out, may be and appears to be beyond the legal permissible 12-month period stipulated in Section 6.5. This could make the appointment legally suspect. And I appreciate that there is a lacuna in the Act that the committee had to resolve as to what happens when an appointment is not done within the 12-month period. This needs to be remedied. However, the Speaker made it very clear in her response that it is a breach of the Act, and it appears that the committee did not properly adhere to or follow the legal advice of the Parliamentary Committee that stated, or the Parliamentary Legal Advisors that stated, most importantly though, the section does not clothe Parliament with the power to extend the period. Now we are aware this matter is before court, and we trust from the ACDP side that a court will not again show that Parliament has not correctly applied its mind to a matter. And in fact, we believe that it could well find that the committee, in extending the period, went beyond its powers. So in view of these concerns, the ACDP, whilst having no particular dislike to the nominee's appointment, we are concerned about the process, and then will regrettably not be able to accept this nomination.
On that point, thank you. Honorable Sheikh Imam from the NFP, you are now recognized.
Thank you, House Chair. The National Freedom Party supports the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police tabled here today. Indeed, Chairperson, we are aware of the fact that the Minister ought to have made his appointment within 12 months. What is also very clear that if that appointment is not made, the Act is very silent. And even though there has been a legal opinion from Parliament, neither the legal opinion gives you a solution to the problem. But what is important to note, Chairperson, is the fact that IPID has been without a head for a long period of time. It cannot continue to function optimally in the absence of a head. But what is further important is just that there is an amendment that is in process, and until such time that amendment goes through the entire process and is enacted, I think it is only fair, and in order to ensure there is justice, that we support this appointment of the head of IPID so that they can continue to function. They are able to function in a satisfactory manner. They are able to do justice, the responsibilities in ensuring there's oversight over police officers. But what is also important is to note that when this Act is amended, we must also ensure that powers are also granted to the head and IPID to investigate all law enforcement in the country, even those that belong to Metro Police or law enforcement officers of cities, because at the moment they are excluded, and that makes it very difficult in terms of accountability. But in the absence of an alternative, in the best interest of justice, the National Freedom Party is of the view that we must support this. Indeed, this candidate has extensive experience, and in light of that, the National Freedom Party believes the appointment by the Minister must be supported. Accordingly, support the report tabled here today.
Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to make a declaration? I recognize Al Jamal.
Yes, Honourable Chair.
Hendricks. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. The Minister has made good and was brave to appoint an African woman to a very important position, and the nation can breathe again. Al-Jamaa has not heard anything negative about this outstanding candidate. The horse has bolted and the nation must stand behind our sister. I don't think that an African woman can be manipulated. Only men will say so. We respect the concerns of our speaker and happy that she raised her voice. The new appointee can create waves, and Al-Jamaa supports the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee and thank the Chair and the members for their leadership, in which was clearly a very difficult matter. Thank you very much, Honourable Chair.
Thank you, Al-Jamaa. I now recognize Honourable Peacock from the African National Congress.
Thanks, House Chair, members and viewers at home. The Independent Police Investigative Directorate, IPID, has a new executive director. Jennifer Dikele has been selected and appointed by the Portfolio Committee on Police to lead the IPID. We want to congratulate her on the position on which she is appointed on, and we wish her the best in the position. It is in this nature of the work that police officers who work with traders' committees such as drugs, firearms, and other goods that can be bought or sold often succumb to temptation of corruption as well as police brutality as experienced during the lockdown period. We have the legislative tools at our disposal to deal with such corrupt and criminal behaviors. The IPID has recently been at the forefront of having to investigate police access against our citizens during the COVID-19 lockdown period. This has caused even the IPID officials and investigators to become infected with the coronavirus. And in that way, we still say we support them for the hard work that they've been doing. In that breath, we would also like to say that as the committee, there are many challenges to the IPID, including staff shortages, a backlog of investigations, cases closed prematurely, and footprints across the country. IPID has to be beefed up legislatively and through resources if we want to make it work. The IPID was without a permanent executive director for a very long time. And as a result, the Minister of Police not been able to provide us in Parliament with a suitable nominee.
The Portfolio Committee on Police has been kept abreast of the attempts by the Minister to interview candidates and provide a suitable nominee to Parliament for approval. There have been 2 rounds of interviews that yielded to no candidate, and even headhunting recruitment process was embarked on in order to find a suitable candidate. The Portfolio Committee has noted the process embarked by the Ministry has fallen foul of the IPID Act as the candidate has to be brought to Parliament within 12 months. We have requested the Minister to provide a complete and comprehensive report to the committee as to why he has not kept to the deadline. During deliberations, the committee resolved and committed itself to comprehensive review of the IPID Act. This will specifically allow for greater parliamentary involvement in the appointment of the IPID Directorate. This will insulate it from perceived political interference as well as found by the Constitutional Court. House Chair, the previous amendments on the IPID Act by the 5th Parliament was assented to by the President during this year. This provision made clear the process for disciplinary action and removal of the IPID Executive Director. We are committed to find the correct legislative tool to correct the appointment of the next Executive Director, and will support an amendment to the IPID Act to give effect to this. It will assist with the independence of the IPID so that it can do its work without fear or favor. Honorable members, the African National Congress wish to welcome the decision to appoint the IPID executive, Medical Lady Ntatsen, to point out that in this period where attacks on women have increased and the gender-based violence is a commonplace, we have appointed a competent and experienced women to the position as the head of IPID. We want to reiterate that her office is one of the most important offices in South Africa. We need and deserve effective and independent oversight of the police service as well as the municipal police service. Honorable members, we know that Ms. Jennifer Dikeledi-Ntatsen will bring the much required stability to IPID during the time in office. Our support as the committee for her to succeed in the position that she'll be in, and in so by so saying, the ANC move in support of the report. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Peacock. I now recognize the Honorable Chief Whip of the Majority Party.
House Chair, thank you very much. I move that this august House adopt this report as tabled. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief Whip. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections?
Yes, House Chair.
Okay.
Could you please note the objection of the DA?
Objection noted.
Honourable Chairperson, could you please note the objection of the Freedom Front Plus, and we call for a division.
A division has been called. The bells will be rung for 10 minutes.
ukuphuma phandle so ngiyaxolisa
amantombazitsha
Ndabezitha. Mayiyeke inkosi, mayiyeke inkosi.
Themba omkhulu. Themba omkhulu.
Yes. Thank you, honorable members. We are trying to reconnect the virtual with the chamber. There was a disconnection. So we're trying to fix that. Just asking for your patience.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair.
It's not sitting, you can't do that.
Chair, I'd like to bring something under your attention, if I can please have your indulgence.
The bells have rung, please, you can wait.
All right, I will call it after the vote, Chair, because it's quite disturbing. Thank you.
Wat maak jy, Natasha?
Komsa.
Yeah, Kanya, how are you?
Alhamdulillah.
بخير الحمد لله.
كيف حالك؟
بخير الحمد لله. وأنت كيف حالك؟ It would make far more sense to teach kids Arabic than to teach them Chinese.
Guys, can you talk outside this?
Your call has been placed on hold.
Will, make phone it. Yeah, I will agree with you.
Ebo Duma. I remember yaselabori.
We can't hear you, Chair.
We're asking some patience. We're trying to sort out the connection. Thank you.
Not yet. When the chair goes to the venue, the doors will be closed. We only have 211 on the platform. Before we had 200 and no, this is what we got before the shutdown. Before we had 202 on the platform.
Liyashona ilanga.
This thing keeps kicking us out.
But you are in.
Enkosi.
Liyashona ilanga.
Inkomfasiwe.
Impela.
Hayi bo ayiqaqo lenkomo.
Abekho la.
Ayichithwe le nkukhu. Awekho lamanzi. Honorable members, can I get your attention? We had an unfortunate disconnection, which is not the fault of members, just as the bells were ringing. And we're trying to reconnect members back. But I want to recognize the Chief Whip of the Majority Party. Honorable Chief Whip.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, having consulted with some leaders that are here from all other political parties that are here, except those that are only on virtual, we are proposing that whilst they are still logging in, other members who disconnected, let's take the next item, which is order 6 on the order paper. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. There is a recommendation. Is there any objection for us to proceed to the 6th order and 7th and then come back to conclude the division? Can we proceed? Thank you.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you. The Secretary will read the 6th order.
Sorry, Chair.
Okay.
Chairperson.
Okay. Honorable Ntlangwini, yes, sorry, I recognized.
I have called a point of order earlier on.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, just before we were kicked out of the session, I saw something very disturbing on the screen, and I request an investigation on this matter. There was a member of it's either of the Freedom Front Plus or the DA that was with a glass of wine on the screen on the visual platform. And I request, please, to investigate this matter, and full steps needs to be taken that that member must donate his whole month's salary to to an institution that fights alcohol abuse, because we can't be abused on this platform in this manner. It was really an insult to some of us that are sitting on this visual platform. So I request, Honorable Chair, that this matter must be investigated, since this platform is recorded and you can see who that honorable member is walking around with a whole big glass of wine. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
House Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Ntlangwini. May I proceed first? Please take a seat. Thank you, Honorable Ntlangwini. When the division is on, we take matters that pertain to the procedure of the division. Unfortunately, before we started, the matter was not raised. And so it's very difficult for the chair now, because when you call for a point of order, we're in the middle of the division, and I was hoping that it had to do with the procedure that we're busy with. Honorable Mazoni?
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the last time I checked, we lived in the Democratic Republic of South Africa and not in the People's Republic of North Korea. And if an honourable member is drinking something at home, in the privacy of their own home, I think that to start calling points of order and to saying that people are offended and calling for people's salaries to be docked for an entire month is nothing short of ludicrous. And Chair, I must put it on note that I'm offended 95% of the time anyone from the EFF comes on the screen, but I don't call for their salaries to be docked.
Thank you, Honourable.
On a point of order, Chair. On a point of order, Chair, and I'm sorry to have a dialogue. I want to say to you that I wanted to call the point of order, but I was kicked out by the system. I was kicked out by the system, and it is not only us that are on this platform. Millions of South Africans are watching on this platform. So for the Honourable Mazoni to clarify that the person, an honourable member, can sit and drink wine at their house during a house sitting, it's very irresponsible for the opposition to even protect such things. That is an honourable member. We are in a house sitting, and this house sitting has rules, and it needs to be respected.
Thank you, Honourable Tlangwini. Honourable Chief Whip, and then Honourable Melder.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. I thought I understood Honourable Tlangwini saying that she requests that the matter be investigated. Let's close it at that point and allow the matter to be investigated. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Chief Whip. Honourable Melder, you're the last one on this.
Yes, Honourable Chairperson, that is no point of order. That is the view of one member. It's got nothing to do with the House. With all due respect, during the break, or while the bells were ringing, I saw the Honourable Paulson with a mug in his hand. Should we now have a discussion on what he was having? It's irrelevant. The House is not interested in this.
I don't drink alcohol.
Wasting our time. I
propose white man's poison.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Member. Honourable Members, Honourable Swart, I had asked Honourable Member to be the last, but I will give you...
Thank you, House Chair. Just alert you to point Rule 116. Points of order, and Chair, you've already ruled on this. According to Rule 116, subject to all other rules relating to taking points of orders, while a division is in process, members may only raise points of order directly related to the procedures during the division. And you correctly ruled on this already. Thank you, House Chair.
Thank you, Honourable Swart. Yes, I did. May we proceed? I'm now going to ask the Secretary...
drink alcohol. So people can drink alcohol during a house sitting.
Thank you, Honourable Tlangwini. That's not what we're saying. The Secretary will read the sixth order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Police on application for firearms amnesty declaration.
I will now call upon the Honourable Jumad Peterson to introduce the report from the virtual platform.
Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party, Honourable Members, the ANC rises to move in support of the consideration of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Police on the firearm amnesty from the 1st of August 2020 until the 31st of January 2021. The firearm amnesty will be a key weapon for us as a society and as a South Africa to attend to the fact that firearms have been the key weapon of choice in murders in this country. In the presentation to Parliament by the SAPS on the 2018-19 crime statistics, we heard that firearms were used in 7,156 murders, while knives were used in 4,720 murders. As members of Parliament, we have a responsibility to help facilitate the conditions of safety for all our people, particularly our women and children. We are aware that getting firearms off the streets where there is violence is a critical contribution to the safety of our communities. Our people are facing relentless attacks by criminals in gangs, by gangsters, in taxis who shoot at rivals, by men who have firearms and kill their intimate partners, by criminals who hijack and rob our people every day in different communities. Honourable Chairperson, the Portfolio Committee on Police has accepted the proposal for another firearms amnesty from the Minister of Police, following on from the previous amnesty which was held from the 1st of December 2019 to the 31st of May 2020. This amnesty took effect in the middle of the state of disaster declaration and lockdown in March 2020. The previous amnesty yielded 19,500 firearms as at the 27th of May 2020. We know that the amnesty would have yielded much more firearms had the restrictions on movement not kicked in during level 4 of the lockdown regulations. Many people were unable to hand in firearms and ammunition, as many police stations were not processing amnesty applications over this period. However, since we are now at level 3 of the lockdown regulations, we know that the restrictions on movement have been lifted. Many people will now be able to go to the police stations to hand in firearms. Honourable members, the Portfolio Committee has agreed to the dates for new amnesty, and we believe that given the relaxation of the regulations, police stations will now be able to meet and consider the handing in as we had done previously. The committee raised problems with a draft notice in which the members questioned the dates set out for the amnesty. After a second meeting on the 3rd of June 2020, where the Minister of Police announced that the dates of the proposed amnesty was changed in the draft notice from the 1st of August 2020 to the 31st of January 2021. In addition, the SAPs were satisfied that some of the police stations that were not on the annex shelf stations in the 2019 amnesty had complied in terms of risk assessments that were conducted. Consequently, only 28 stations were listed in the new amnesty notice. The Speaker officially referred the new draft notice for firearms amnesty to the committee on the 4th of June 2020. We met on the 11th of June to consider the application for the new amnesty. The Portfolio Committee on Police approved the amnesty without any conditions. Honourable Chairperson, we have shown our support for the work of SAPs to prevent crime through agreeing to this amnesty. We know that the Firearms Owners Associations support this amnesty, and so does gun-free organizations. The Portfolio Committee on Police will continue to support the firearm amnesty and wish to submit the report for the House for adoption. I thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Peterson. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I now recognize Honourable Terblanche from the DA.
Honourable Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Chairperson, South Africa is plagued by a spate of serious violent crimes like murder, robbery, rape, etc., and firearms are used in many of these horrendous crimes. We are here today to consider the Portfolio Committee on Police's report of the proposed further period of firearm amnesty. The Minister's motivation for this intervention is the reduction of illegal firearms in circulation to reduce violent crime. Chairperson, as a principle, I believe that all law-abiding citizens would have supported this wholeheartedly, but the outcomes of previous amnesties leaves serious concerns. On the 14th of February 2018, the Fifth Parliament Portfolio Committee on Police disapproved an application because of the proposed dates and concerns about the capacity of the SAPs to handle the intake of firearms. Today, it remains a concern. The Sixth Parliament Portfolio Committee also grappled with questions regarding the police's ability to deal with it effectively and did not approve the draft notice forwarded to the committee on the 28th of August 2019 initially. The police were ordered to provide additional information, and the previous amnesty only received the committee's backing on the 31st of October 2019. Chairperson, the aforementioned amnesty period only lapsed on the 31st of May 2020, and the police have yet again not finalized that process. The committee questions the success of this process already when it is measured against previous firearm amnesties. Only 33 out of 6,891 cases referred for IBIS testing were completed. All firearms handed in must be tested to determine if it can be linked to crimes committed. This evidence, Chairperson, is essential for the successful prosecution of criminals. The police are not very successful with this process to date. No firearm was positively linked to any crime during previous amnesties. Firearm owners were unable to renew their firearm licenses timely during lockdown, with the result that they also are now in possession of unlicensed firearms. The police have not indicated yet how they intend to address this issue. The deployment of the SAPs during the lockdown impacted severely on their limited resources and further strained their ability to attend to their normal responsibilities. Chairperson, citizens with expired firearm licenses only have two options left open for them now. One, to hand in firearms at police stations and apply for new licenses and the renewal of competency if applicable. This right must be honored, Chairperson, and their firearms must be properly stored while handed in. Two, to hand firearms in for destruction. Chairperson, the above is the factual position. We hope that the police will do better this time during this new amnesty period. The DA are resolute to keep the minister and the police accountable. Citizens do not trust the police to protect them anymore. They need to protect themselves. It is a basic constitutional right. Firearms are regarded by some as essential for personal safety and other purposes. Therefore, firearm ownership within the prescripts of the law must be protected. Chairperson, it is said that firearms are dangerous and kill, but firearms also protect. The determining factor is in whose hands they are. The challenge, therefore, Chairperson, remains to get firearms out of the hands of criminals. These firearm amnesties have not achieved this goal thus far. The DA indicated in the committee already that it supports the report in principle, but reserved our rights. Chairperson, it remains our position. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. I now recognize Honorable Ntangwini from the EFF.
Thanks very much, Chairperson. Chair, South Africa has abnormally high murder rate, one of the highest in the world for a country that is not at war. The rapid increase on illegal guns in our society makes the commission of these crimes difficult to control. It is estimated that there are over 60,000 firearms that are unaccounted for in South Africa. These firearms are the cause of so much pain in society, and we need to put an end to this. Taking into account our poor policing record, one of the most effective ways of dealing with gun violence is the removal of these floating guns from society. The Firearm Amnesty Declaration provides such an opportunity to surrender of illegal firearms. But we know for a fact that thousands of guns that have been surrendered to the police before found their way back to the streets again through this conduct of criminal elements within the police force. Just recently, a police colonel, Chris Prinsloo, was sentenced for having sold back to criminals about 2,400 guns that were surrendered to the police. Many police officials are in the pockets of criminals and without watertight mechanisms to ensure that the surrendering of guns are destroyed, we risk handing them over to criminals via the police. We support the declaration of the amnesty period from August 2020 to 31 January 2021, and we encourage all South Africans, Chair, even those who hold firearms legally but cannot keep them safely, to surrender these firearms back to the state. Chair. And just in closing, Chair, I want to tell Natasha Mazzoni, Mr. Groenewald, and the self-proclaimed Godsman that thinks he knows the Bible more than anyone else in the country, that we are not scared of them one bit. The EFF have turned 7 years old, and we will not sit with people that are drinking wines during a house sitting. We will never reduce this parliament to such behavior, to sit with a bunch of drunkards that drink wine during a house sitting. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Ntangweni. I now invite Honorable Majosi. Honorable Majosi.
Delicious wine.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. At the outset, let me state that the IFP supports the request by South African Police Service for an extension of the period of firearms amnesty for an additional 6 months to the 31st January 2021. Am I audible, Chair?
Continue, Honorable Majosi. The platform is yours.
COVID-19 has restricted the process, and extension of the amnesty period will now provide members of public with an additional time to hand in unwanted and or unlicensed firearms. Illicit and illegal firearms and the unlawful trade and proliferation of such weapons are what fuel violent crime in South Africa. And therefore, this period of extension is to be welcomed, and we urge members of the public to hand in any illegal and licensed but not unwanted firearms. Of concern in this process is the fact that only South African Police Service do not appear fully prepared to nationally service this process, and we therefore urge the Minister and Department to deploy additional resources to cope with the additional administration burden. I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Groenewald. Honorable Groenewald. Ons kan nie hoor ja.
Goed, hy het nou deur gegaan. Agbare voorsitter, I want to start by saying that we must not mislead ourselves. The aim of the amnesty is to ensure that illegal firearms being handed in, and by that reducing the crime in South Africa where firearms are involved. We had 3 previous amnesty periods. I have asked the question to the Minister, and it was confirmed that not one single firearm that has been handed in previously was used in any crime. So we are misleading ourselves if we think that criminals will come forward and hand in their firearms. But I think what is necessary, Chair, is that irresponsible people like the leader of the EFF that fires a firearm in public should be arrested, and that the law should be used to ensure that irresponsible people that is handling firearms should be locked up. It is
You
not
are
about
mad.
firearms.
Did you see him firing a firearm?
Yes,
Mustn't talk nonsense and bad things, man.
it is not about firearms that is the problem. If we say that firearms are the problem, then we must.
You are mad.
Man, there's an order.
Honorable.
Chair, can you take the point of order from Commissioner Ntlangwini?
Honorable Groenewald, please take your seat. Honorable Ntlangwini, you calling a point of order? On what is the point of order?
Thank you, Chair. I would have thought, since Mr. Groenewald is sitting here since apartheid, he would have known the rules word by word and all the points and the commas. By now, he should know that the matter of the commander-in-chief is before court and sub judice, so he can't raise it in the House. But I can expect they like to forget the rules, the stealers of the land. I can accept.
Thank you. Honorable Groenewald, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. What I want to say that if people say that firearms kill, then we can also say that pencils actually spells incorrectly. Die probleem is nie die kwessie van onwettige vuurwapens aan. Dit gaan hierso oor vuurwapens waarvan die lisensies verval het. En voorsitter, ek aanvaar dat daar weer 'n geleentheid gegee sal word dat die persone wie se lisensies verval het, as hulle wapens gaan indien, onmiddellik weer kan aansoek doen vir 'n nuwe lisensie. Ek het reeds in 2018 'n privaat lid wetsontwerp ingedien by die parlement om juis hierdie probleem aan te spreek, maar die ANC het met 'n beslissende stem van die voorsitter dit afgekeur. Dis jammer dat ons op hierdie stadium moet kom dat ons weer amnestie moet gee daarvoor. Ons moet die probleem aanspreek om die wet te wysig sodat mense wat nie binne 3 maande voor hulle lisensies verval aansoek doen, dan gestraf word deur hulle vuurwapens eintlik te konfiskeer nie. Die Vryheidsfront Plus se standpunt is, daar behoort 'n verlenging te wees soos in die geval van 'n motorlisensie, dat as hy verval het, dat jy 'n boete moet betaal. Ek sal daardie saak verder voer in die portefeulje komitee. Can I say lastly, Chairperson, referring to the remarks from the EFF,
unfortunately,
the reason why the leader... The reason why the leader of the EFF,
order members,
the reason why the EFF,
time is
Ons ons land.
I will not repeat this.
Can I continue?
Unfortunately,
No.
unfortunately, Honorable Groenewald, your time has expired.
You're finished.
Okay. Can we just pause there? I now want to ask, even as we are accepting members to come in, the Sergeant in Arms to please mute and remove Honorable Paulson. Sergeant in Arms, mute and remove Honorable Paulson, even as we are accepting members.
Why? Because you want to protect a white man.
Remove
Ons land, asseblief meneer.
We proceed. We proceed. Thank you, Honorable Groenewald. Your time had expired. I now want to recognize.
It was a point of order. I can't be finished.
Chair, no, your time has expired, Honorable Groenewald. Your time has expired. Thank you. I now want to recognize the ACDP, Honorable Swart, to be on the podium.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the AC notes that concerns were raised about the legality of the notice that has been extended, but we do understand the sentiments surrounding it. As we know, Chairperson, the problem actually lies with the chaotic situation with the Central Firearms Registry. And the sad part is that this problem has now escalated into a situation in which law-abiding firearm owners could now face criminal charges due to the inability of the Central Firearms Registry to process and issue license applications. Now one is required to hand in a firearm to police stations. And as we've seen, and as was indicated, there was a Colonel, Prinsloo, who handed and sold firearms to many criminals. So how do we prevent those firearms that are handed in from ending up in the hands of gangsters or on the streets? It is a critical issue that we need to address. Secondly, it is the primary role of the state to protect its citizens from criminals. And we all in this House are aware of the high levels of gender-based violence, of murders and rapes. The barbaric attacks on citizens, often accompanied by unspeakable acts of torture, continues this very week. A callous triple murder of an elderly Dani, Brechi and Elsby Brunt on their small holding in the Northern Cape. And there are many, many similar stories of people being murdered across all races. And this must be condemned in the most serious manner that we can. Clearly, it is important that people are enabled, as other speakers have said, to defend themselves within the parameters of the law. And it is therefore very important that the focus should be on illegal firearms. And yes, we need to remove those illegal firearms. But as pointed out, other amnesties have resulted in the fact that those firearms that are being handed in have not been tied up to criminal acts. So the question arises, whilst one appreciates that this amnesty has been extended, is the intention going to be achieved, or will it result in people being more vulnerable across all race groups of hijackings, of attacks of criminality? We saw an attack on a church recently, and those people were able to defend themselves. So the issue relates to the enabling of self-defense, and the focus must be on removing illegal criminals and illegal firearms from society. And from here in the Western Cape, we know the gangster-infested areas, and yes, it is important to ensure that the firearms that are handed in do not land up on the streets. Focus on disarming the criminals and not on law-abiding citizens. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam from the NFP.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. Let me start off by saying National Freedom Party supports this report, supports this amnesty period, but also let me say it loud and clear, the National Freedom Party calls for a gun-free South Africa. Now, you know, I find it very strange that sometimes we express concerns about the number of farm murders that take place in South Africa. Just that one example I want to give. But almost all these farm murders are by virtue of the use of a firearm. And yet we are saying that firearms are not really a problem. Now, with just under 8,000 murders in South Africa committed in 1 year, through the use of firearms, and we still say that firearms is not a problem. I add to that is armed robberies, cash in transit, and many other crimes committed with firearms, and we say firearms are not a problem. In fact, it's many illegal firearm that becomes an illegal firearm at some stage. Gangsterism, the drug trade, drive-by shooting, all is a result of firearms. Now, it shows that firearms is a menace to society. And the reduction in firearms in society will go a long way to reduce the crime in South Africa. And I think we should support gun-free South Africa in their efforts and endeavors to try and create a country free of firearms. And that, I think, will go a long way. Now, it seems like that some of us have interest, and remember, this is the capitalist system. All it does, it's all about profits and profits and profits. It's not about the lives where we need to protect. And I want to urge all those political parties who believe that firearms is not a menace to society, let's have a referendum in South Africa and let the 59 million people tell us whether they want firearms in South Africa or they don't want. And I'll guarantee you 85–90% of them, they do away with firearms, like they're also calling for the death penalty right now. So the National Freedom Party believes that this amnesty is a good thing. We've had 27,336 firearms from the 1st of May 2019 to the 31st of May 2020. That's in what, 13 months, and 212,000 rounds of ammunition that was surrendered. So what does that tell you? The abundance of firearms in society, which we need to get back and reduce firearms. And I think it'll go a long way. The National Freedom Party supports this amnesty. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Al Jama, Honorable Hendricks.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair. Honourable Chair, Al Jama welcomes the recommendation of the Portfolio Committee on extending the firearm amnesty for very good reasons. South Africa must be proud of this committee for its wisdom. Al Jama, in fact, wrote to the committee on behalf of a gun association. However, we see this as a first step to less guns in South Africa, in line with Imam Sheikh's passion about a gun-free South Africa. Criminals thrive on unlicensed guns, and those who forget to license their guns sell it to criminals, or it is easily stolen by criminals. When a criminal uses a gun, we do not say it's a Christian criminal because he has a rosary. Similarly, we don't want a criminal with a fist to be called an Islamic criminal. So when troublemakers cause havoc in other countries and wear Islamic clothing, it is not right for anyone honorable to refer to an Islamic jihadist. The name of a respected religion must not be demonized. Some honorable members don't have a proper understanding of jihad and repeatedly hurt us who follow Islam. To help free South Africa from apartheid in its worst days, many in South Africa went on jihad. Al-Jamaa supports the extension of the amnesty.
Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to make declarations? I now recognize Honorable Mulekwa from the African National Congress. Honorable Mulekwa.
Thank you, House Chair. Honorable members, the President has called for violence crime to be held within the next 10 years. He has called for crime against women and children to be drastically reduced. He has also called for gender-based violence to be dealt with a mortal blow. We are all complicit in allowing this heinous crime against women and children to continue. We have heard of so many women that have been shot by their intimate partners. We have heard of so many children killed after being caught in the crossfire between gangs. We only need to go to the Red Cross Children's Hospital or Baragwanath Hospital trauma ward to understand what damage firearms have caused to our society. We know that over 7,000 people have been killed with firearms as a weapon of choice during the 2018-2019 financial year. Thousands more have been injured by these firearms. Honorable House Chair, we have come to a point in our history where this has to stop. And we in this parliament, we must all assist to make it stop. It is a well-established fact that the illegal use of firearms destroys life. We have seen how criminals steal firearms to use in robberies against our people, shooting and killing of innocent people. We have come to a point in our history where we can no longer tolerate the wanton destruction of the lives of children, women, mothers, fathers, and even police officers, because irresponsible criminals have used firearms against them. As a parliament that represents all the people of South Africa, we have to play our role to make our country to be safe. Honorable House Chair, the African National Congress rises to support the second firearm amnesty under the 6th Parliament. We support it because we know that it will assist our police officers who are under fire from thugs and cowards to make all people of our country to be safe. The Portfolio Committee on Police supported the firearm amnesty after the amnesty yielded a positive result. Just over 19,400 firearms have been surrendered. We welcome the fact that these firearms have been removed from our streets. Honorable members, we know that much more firearms would have been handed over during the firearm amnesty, which was held between the 1st December 2019 to the 31st May 2020. This amnesty, as we know, fell directly into the period declared a lockdown because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the restriction of movement under level 4 of the national state of disaster. Our people could not go to police station. Some police stations were not accepting firearms, and this affected the ability of the SAP to process the number of firearms that people wanted to hand it in. Under level 3 restriction, people are now able to go to the police station to hand in their firearms they no longer want to possess. We want more people to come forward and hand in illegal firearms so that it contributes to a better society where there are less firearms in circulation. The African National Congress has shown that it supports the police in making sure that Our society is safe, and in this endeavor, we have to support this new opportunity for the handing over in of illegal or unwanted firearms. Our consideration must be protected, our vulnerable society and sectors, our children, women, and our farmers. We are committed in seeing through the programs of this government to extend safety to all reaches and corners of this country. This firearm amnesty will run from 1st August 2020 to the 31st January 2021, and we are confident that it is supported by firearm owners, firearm association, and the gun-free organization. Honorable House Chair, we support the Minister in this second firearm period, which will allow for the next 6 months period for the firearm owners to hand in unwanted firearms and illegal firearms. We hope that the effect of the COVID-19 pandemic would have been relaxed so that people will have the opportunity of doing the right thing. We cannot continue to complain how bad violence is if we do not play our part in the prevention of crime. This firearm amnesty is such an opportunity to do so. Honorable Chairperson, the African National Congress unreservedly support the firearm amnesty. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mulekwa. At this point, I'm going to ask the attention of the members that we will now proceed to the next order and then come back and complete this decision and the previous one, given what we have explained before. The Secretary will read the seventh order.
Consideration of report of Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on draft notice determining remuneration of Commissioners of Electoral Commission of South Africa, IEC, for 2019-20.
Thank you. I will now call upon Honorable Thomas Bongo to introduce the report from the virtual platform. Honorable Bongo. Unmute, Honorable Bongo. Unmute.
Thank you.
Thank you. We can hear you now.
I have been muted by the host, Honorable Judge.
Apology. Proceed, please.
Thank you, House Chair, Honorable Janchi, honorable members and fellow South Africans. I rise to present the report on the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs on the draft notice determining the remuneration of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa for 2019-2020 financial year. The PC on Home Affairs, having considered a draft notice of the President determining the salaries and allowances of members of various institutions, including Independent Electoral Commission, and in a letter dated 26, which was received from the President's Office of the Republic of South Africa, requesting the National Assembly to consider a draft notice determining the salaries and allowances of members in various institutions, including the IEC. The President has acted in terms of the determination of the remuneration of office bearers in terms of Independent Constitutional Institution Laws Amendment Act number 22 of 2014, retrospectively 2019-2020, which usually this is given attention at the end of a financial year. But given the disruptions of the COVID-19 pandemic, this was delayed. On the 8th of April 2020 and 30 June respectively, the matter was referred to the Committee for consideration. Honorable House Chair, Section 219, subsection 5 of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa provides that a national legislation must be established to determine a framework that must speak to the salaries, allowances, and benefits of inter alia judges, public protector, and auditor general. The act that I've referred to above, House Chair, creates a framework to determine the salaries of the Chapter 9 institution. Section 7 of the Electoral Act, subsection 2, Act number 73 of 1998, provides the conditions of service, remuneration, allowances, and other benefits for commissioners of the IEC, and that the President would then give a determination after consultation with the commission responsible for remuneration. The Independent Commission, as referred to above, has gazetted on the 13th February 2020 in a gazette number 43019 the allowances and salaries of the commissioners of the IEC. The committee, having deliberated on the request from the President, it concurs with the determination and the remuneration adjustment of the IEC commissioners that a retrospective salary freeze of a 0% or a 0% increase be implemented for the chairperson of the IEC and the full-time commissioners, given the salary level of the 2019-2020 financial year. The committee recommends that the National Assembly approve the draft notice from the President as determining the remuneration of the IEC commissioners. Thank you very much, House Chair Judge.
Thank you, Honorable Bongo. Requests for declarations of vote have been received. I now recognize Honorable Roos from the DA. Honorable Roos.
Thank you, House Chair. The Democratic Alliance welcomes the move of government to adopt important aspects of the DA proposal for cutting the public sector wage bill. This by turning its back on its original proposal to cut the wage bill by implementing a blanket freeze of wages of all salary levels in the public service. The DA has long argued against this blunt approach, as it would severely impact our frontline service delivery heroes. This report on the draft notice determining the remuneration of commissioners of the IEC recommends a 0% increase, as the chairperson and other full-time commissioners all earn above 1.5 million rand per annum. For the part-time commissioner, a similar freeze will apply to the daily and hourly rate. The Democratic Alliance therefore supports this report.
Thank you. Honorable Tito Duba from the EFF, you are now recognized.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chairperson, we have one of the most unequal societies in the whole world. Thus, inequality is sharpened in the public services. We have to systematically address this problem and ensure that those at the bottom of the wage gap have their salaries gradually improved. The COVID pandemic has further exposed our society, and the circumstances call upon all of us to make sacrifices for the sustenance of the whole nation. The report
Honorable Tito, just close your camera, it might be better. Just close your camera, it might be better so that we just hear your voice.
Which deals with the remuneration of the commissioners. The Independent Commission for Public, a 3% adjustment to the remuneration.
We're struggling to hear Honorable Tito.
Chair, can I proceed?
Just close your camera. Close your camera to just assist yourself.
Oh, okay, House Chairperson.
Proceed.
Am I audible? Okay, thank you.
The
report, thank you. The report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which deals with the remuneration of the commissioners of the Electoral Commission, needs to be welcomed. The Independent Commission for Public Office Bearers had initially recommended a 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1,500,000 and 4% for all categories earning below 1,500,000. The President changed the recommendations of the Independent Commission and proposed a salary freeze for office bearers earning 1.5 million and above, a 2.8% adjustment for office bearers earning between 1 million and 1.5 million, and a 4.5% adjustment for office bearers earning below 1 million. We are of the view that these adjustments are necessary, taking into account the difficulties the economy is facing right now. We, as the economic freedom fighters, we support the report on the Portfolio Committee of Home Affairs. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Tito. Honorable Majosi from the IFP, you next. Very long day for Majosi.
No, it will be me, Honourable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Van der Merwe.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, we welcome this report and the recommendations as tabled, in particular the freeze on salary increases as proposed.
Welcome to this tutorial video that will show you how...
Continue, Honorable Van der Merwe. It's not going to show you anything.
Okay.
Please continue.
As we know, Chairperson, that South Africa's dire economic conditions and crisis, as well as the COVID-19 budget cuts, will without a doubt impact on the operations of our Chapter 9 institutions as well. Now more than ever before, our constitutional institutions will require the support and cooperation of Parliament in fulfilling their duties and mandate. Chairperson, the IEC now has the crucial and critical task of working with Parliament to give effect to the Constitutional Court ruling that ordered the redesign of our electoral system to allow for independent candidates to be able to stand for election during national and provincial elections. The IFP looks forward to working with the Home Affairs Portfolio Committee, civil society, citizens, and commissioners of the IEC as we embark on this important project. Chair, the IFP remains concerned about the upcoming local government elections. While the IEC continues to give us assurances that they are ready to host the 2021 polls, a number of key questions remain unanswered, such as, will the IEC have enough budget and enough time to roll out the much anticipated new voting machines? Those concerns aside, the IFP recognizes the invaluable work being done by the IEC and its commissioners. The IFP pledges our support to this institution, and we support the proposals on the remuneration of commissioners as tabled. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Swart from the ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. House Chair, the ACDP rises in support of this report, and it is, of course, important that consistency is applied to all office bearers whose salaries and benefits are determined by the Independent Commission on the Remuneration of Office Bearers of Chapter 9 institutions. It is important to note that one part-time IEC Commissioner is a judge and is, as such, remunerated in terms of the Judges' Remuneration and Conditions of Employment Act. The Justice Committee, on which I serve, agreed with the President's recommendation that there should be a salary freeze on all judges' salaries for 2019-2020. And then, as a matter of consistency, this would then also apply to IEC commissioners. And so the ACDP in this regard would recommend that the President's recommendation should be accepted as opposed to the Independent Commission's recommendation, and we support the salary freeze. We would also like to thank the IEC commissioners and IEC staff for all their hard work, and in particular, their preparations for next year's local government elections. And while we appreciate that the lockdown has impacted preparations, the ACDP would rely on the IEC to advise us how far they are in readiness for the preparations, and we would ideally not support a postponement of local government elections beyond the end of next year unless the IEC persuades us that it is compelling and that they are not prepared. We believe that a postponement to the end of next year should give the IEC adequate time to prepare. Voters are demanding their constitutional right to vote and to hold councillors accountable for poor service delivery and corruption, and should not be deprived of this right. I thank you.
Thank you. I now recognize Honorable Sheikh Imam from the NFP.
Thank you, Honourable House Chair. The National Freedom Party welcomes the report and equally supports the proposals as noted in this report. Honourable Chairperson, the National Freedom Party is of the view that indeed the public sector wage bill is too high in the country, and there's no doubt about that. So really we believe that all salaries throughout the public sector, there should be no increases in the next year or next 2 years. But also talking about the issue of the IEC and their preparedness for the 2021 local government elections. You know, while the IEC says, Chairperson, that they are ready, government and many others are talking about the pandemic continuing through this year and maybe for the greater part of next year as well. So one needs to be mindful of that, how you'd be able to have a successful local government elections throughout the country while the pandemic continues. In terms of the proposals and the made by the President, the National Freedom Party supports that and supports this report accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Are there any other parties wishing to make declarations? Now we proceed. No.
ANC would like to make a declaration, Chair.
Are your other parties? I now recognize Honorable Lekwasa from the ANC.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, members of the House, and fellow South Africans. The ANC rises in support of the report of Portfolio Committee on draft notice determining the remuneration of commissioners of the Electoral Commission for 2019-2020. The Constitution defines South Africa as a constitutional democracy and spells out how the state institution should function, explicitly to give effect to the constitutional democracy. Hello, Chair. Chair.
Hello. We're listening.
Chairperson, the Constitution defines South Africa as a constitutional democracy and spells out how the state institutions should function, explicitly to give effect to the constitutional democracy. These institutions are the legislature, the executive, the judiciary, and the Chapter 9 institutions. The IEC is one of these critical Chapter 9 institutions, which support our own one freedom and democracy. This constitutional provisions confirms and entrenches the system for which the ANC had fought for. The committee has already alluded that the Determination of Remuneration of Public Office Bearers Amendment Act seeks to give effect to Section 219 of the Constitution, which deals with the remuneration of public office bearers. Section 219 of the Constitution states that the national legislation must establish a framework and determine the salaries, benefits, allowances for inter alia members of commission provided in the Constitution. A letter dated the 26th of March 2020 was received from the President of the Republic, requesting the National Assembly to consider the draft notice of various institutions, including the commissioners of the Electoral Commission of South Africa. This is usually required by the end of the financial year. However, there were delays due to COVID-19 pandemic-related disruptions. The Independent Commission for Public Office of February 2020 and relevant ministers, the Independent Commission recommended that the office bearers be treated in line with other office bearers, receiving a 3% adjustment to the remuneration of all categories of public office bearers earning above 1.5 million and 4% for all categories earning below 1.5 million. Having taken into account the serious economic challenges that the country faces and the constrained fiscal environment, the President, however, has, however, made proposals. The ANC concurs with the President's determination on the remuneration adjustment of IEC commissioners, that the retrospective salaries freeze or 0% increase be implemented for the chairperson and other full-time commissioners, given the salary level of 2019-2020 financial year. For the part-time commissioner, a similar freeze will thus apply to the daily or hourly rate which they receive for 2019-2020, over and above the salary freeze applicable to judges. In this regard, the ANC, we approve the notice, and the ANC supports this report. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Lekwasa. Members, are there any objections to the adoption of the report of the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs, which recommends the approval of the draft notice determining the remuneration of commissioners of Electoral Commission of South Africa. No objections, agreed to. Thank you. Honorable members will now go back to the division on the IPID. Bells will be rung for 15 seconds. Thank you. Honorable members, the Speaker has determined that in accordance with the rules, a manual voting procedure will be used for this division. Firstly, in order to establish a quorum, I would request the table to confirm that we have the requisite number of members physically present in the chamber and on the virtual to take the decision. Do we? I am advised that we do. Party whips will then be given an opportunity to confirm the number of their members present and indicate if they vote for or against the question. A member who wishes to abstain or vote against the party vote may do so by informing the chair. Having confirmed that we have the requisite quorum, we will now proceed. And the question before the House is the adoption of the report on the IPID. Voting will now proceed. The doors to the chamber will be locked and members will not be allowed to enter the virtual platform until voting is concluded. Whips, could you confirm the number of your members present in the chamber as well as in the virtual platform? I now recognize the African National Congress.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, physically here in the National Assembly plenary session, ANC has 6 members. Nihle Mamel.
Order, Honorable Chief, please proceed.
On the visual platform, ANC has 126, which amounts to 132 members present voting in full support.
Thank you.
That's not a number.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Whip. The DA.
Thank you, House Chairperson. House Chair, in the physical House, the DA has 10 members. On the online, thank you. On the online platform, we have 48 members, and that gives us a grand total of 58 members voting against the report.
Thank you. The EFF.
The EFF is 34 on virtual platform, and we vote for. We support.
Thank you. The IFP.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. The IFP has 5 on virtual, 1 in the House, 6 voting in support. Thank you.
Thank you. FF Plus.
Honourable Chairperson, we have 3 members in the House and 7 on the platform, 10 voting against.
Thank you. ACDP.
Thank you, House Chair. We have 2 on virtual, 1 in the House voting against. I thank you.
Thank you. The UDM. Good. ATM. The NFP.
Thank you, House Chair. The National Freedom Party has 1 on virtual and in support. Thank you.
Thank you. African Independent. COPE. The PAC. Al-Jamaa.
Al-Jamaa has 1 on virtual and we vote in support.
Thank you. And on that, the voting session is now closed. We will wait for the table to assist with the results. Thank you very much, honourable members. May I get your attention? Here are the results on the appointment of the Executive Director of Investigation in the Police. The noes, 7-1. The yeses, 174. The report has been agreed to. Thank you. We now proceed to order number 6 to complete the decision of that report on the amnesty. I now recognize the Honourable Chief Whip of the Majority Party from the chamber.
Thank you very much, House Chair. House Chair, I move that this report be adopted by the House. Thank you.
Thank you. The motion is that the report be adopted. Are there any objections? No objections. Agreed to. Honourable members? Objections? No. I'm asking for objections. So please, don't deposit Missy Hope. Honourable members, the report is agreed to. And that, honourable members, concludes a very long day, but also the second term. We'll see you in August. I thank you.
Long live the presiding officer. Long live.
Oh, the wine is so good.
Viva Tina. Long live, Comrade Richard Jachi. Long live. Long live.
More wine.
Long live.